Good morning. I'm testing the mic with good morning. Good morning, everyone. And I will be also the today program's interpreter. And as we are now, it's the time for our session to begin. And as I start today's day, I aspire and pray and wish that our today's proceedings transpire very auspiciously. And of course, it will be an auspicious day for today. And the reason is we have most venerable 𝐭𝐤𝐡 𝐒𝐿, who will be providing us with the guided meditation. And with his blessings, we will be able to really navigate our today's event very profoundly. And to seek today's blessings, you know, we couldn't ask for more blessings than 𝐭𝐤𝐡 himself. And yesterday we had a very auspicious beginning led by His Eminence, Dorji Lopen Rinpoche. And today we have the most venerable 𝐭𝐤𝐡 𝐒𝐿 Rinpoche. So before I call upon the most venerable on stage, may I offer you a little bit of a biography, though it is totally not in my capacity to summarize such a amazing spiritual figure. And within my limited capacity, and without wasting too much of time, I will now offer the biography. 𝐭𝐤𝐡 𝐒𝐿 Rinpoche, he is a very authentic scholar from Bhutan. And he has traveled every nook and corner of the country in searching for teachings. And then just to say that what he was looking for, the study of Buddhism in Bhutan, he even traveled outside Bhutan. And he spent several years of studies in India, called Namdruling Monastery, which is located in the Karnataka state of India. And after completing his rigorous academic studies, he came across many important great masters. He learned almost everything that we could deem it's a field of knowledge to be learned. And 𝐭𝐤𝐡, for example, he was not only one of the topmost scholars to have graduated from Namdruling Institute, he was also one of the eminent scholars and teachers of Namdruling Institute, or Ngajur Nyingma Institute in India. And today, all over the world, people like me who can actually speak like a parrot at times, and also speak something about Buddhism, speak something about sharing the ideas and knowledge about Buddhism, Bhutan, and elsewhere across the globe, it's actually solely because of this great master we have here today. So in fact, he has hundreds and thousands of students scattered all over the world. And wherever you would find like some kind of a lama who has completed some academic studies from a Sheda program and all like that, they may, if you mention his name, they might even say, oh, this is my teacher, this is my master. So this is the way he has been influencing over the world in terms of Buddhist teachings. And particularly, 𝐭𝐤𝐡 has done so many rigorous practices as well. And basically, in the academic scenario, he composed many commentaries to so many important texts, otherwise, which is not possible for ordinary person like us to understand. For example, 𝐭𝐤𝐡 composed a commentary on Prajnaparamita Sutra, which is over 400 pages. And it is only when I got to study this, and when I got a chance to actually serve his Most Venerable, to punch this manuscript into computer. And in the process, I consulted him, and then this way, I also got a lot of learnings from this. And this, after reading his book, then I could say that something that I got some sort of a usable understanding about the Buddha Dharma. So such is the crucial contributions he has done in the academic scenario. And in the classroom, he would be very, very kind and generous, and he will address to all our questions. And one of the interesting thing I noticed in his career as a teacher is, normally we will always carry books and textbooks. You know, even the teachers would do that. And then they will take it back to their room, they will read that text, and they will prepare for the next day. But Khenchen La would always leave the books that he is using to teach in the desk like this. He will just, you know, fold it and then keep it in the desk, and he will read nothing of those. And tomorrow he will just start straight away. And he is actually more than a book. He's a living book. And that is the case. And as for the achievement, he has done so many rigorous meditations. And once he even led a meditative master that wanders around. So he lived several years in the mountains, through the forests, just wandering as a wandering yogi. So these are a few things that I can actually share it to you all in my own capacity. So what I'm sharing now is just even a drop, not even a drop of what he is actually qualified for. So now may I take this opportunity to invite His Most Venerable Khenchen Rinpoche on stage and deliver the guided meditation instruction for us. Thank you.
야라소 다다리 대당아차 점수 파갈레 주미기 델렌데 개왕수다 대응아차르기 나나 슈미기 개룹니딘기 델렌데 켐보 뚜구 러벤 델레시아 나 주미 가라 델렌데 할람 개왕기 체네유미 장사임베 디수 가라루 다링아차나 도지 택배기 델렌데 곰 냠랭기 꼴레 주메 가라루 땡에 카둘레 델레 줌발렉소단 텔디기 데 트라시델레스 슈도 스슈네.
Distinguished guests who have traveled here, distinguished erudite scholars who have traveled here from overseas, and our native scholars and adept masters, Venerable Lopens, Tulkus, Khenpos, and I see in this crowd almost everyone here who is sitting here are actually qualified by the title of learned ones and scholars are actually present here. So, and also the other group who are actually sitting here are united because of the Vajrayana practice. And to all of you, I would like to extend Tashi Delek.
So da dari da sanjigi dodang ngagi chu lesha sungdi yumindi telende donga nigi chu masangwa meba telende rangi jehab gochukbale sungdigi datu tsunsun manyamba jehab rawa ransinchigi nangnalu te sanga doji tikpi chudang 도천이 택바 대 차상배 제합 라와랑 징기 제합지나 유미디 할람 잠불링 디나루 룩 제합 점지라 이모노 담에스.
So Lord Buddha taught several categories of teachings which are actually condensed under the category of sutra teachings and the tantra teachings. And particularly in this day and age, one place, one country where these two traditions are actually flourishing since from the beginning till now, intact and uncorrupted lineage is actually, could be this country alone in this day and age.
다 디낭로야데 다 상하게 낭내래장 상하 라나메바 디임베 디디야 조디 사르마다 닝마스유비간레 사르메기 릭티 수베와친 디 헤말레 텔렌데 데 파주 죽음시불라 소바다 텔렌데 자왈로레바 디술레 쮸말레 고숭디 여바 마세 라바르도야 텔렌데 컴숨치기 자고 샤브룽 아완남제기 날레마 림바신도 다르디기 텔렌데 따또 춘승기 바나 제크모 림진 르비시부 림진 가라기 레샴베 숭디기 데 자마님 두마님 바네베 슈티스.
And as for the Tantrayana teachings, secret Mantrayana teachings, which also consist of the newer school tantras and the old school tantras. And as regards to the new school tantras, starting from the Gelwa Lorepa and down until the Shabdung Namge, they introduced all these teachings completely and without any declination. And these teachings are still vibrantly practiced and they're alive, maintained by His Holiness the 𝐻𝐸𝐿, and then accompanied by the five most venerable and eminent Lopans, so which is actually being practiced and carried out as vibrantly as ever, and in so much that not even like a little part of the teachings of this tradition has been corrupted. So it is as original as it could have been and as pure as it was. So this is what it is actually existing here today in terms of the new school lineage.
나 디즘베 텔렌데 마주리 닝미교왕도 땅디 베디베로 텔렌데 뒤럽 개비나로 구름부치준 테 구름부치 코라 죽루 록데 샵기 잡아 마체 개버도 고기 투기세 균균치기 잡고 저월롱진 잠디 죽루 진디기 댄사침불 링제답 족바침비 최디 찹들도 따라 텔레마 림바신도 주고 빼말링 바준 날레마 림바신도 테 족친기 최디수 따라와 마체 테 다르나바 좀지베디 베로 티 주진들로 녹섬 담바진 간티 주고 숭주림부치 디즘베테 다 닝미 졸로버진 잡진 남케님보다 잡지 시신 ramjam 다 디즘베테 잡지 가르브림부치 라소바티 수기가 야르기 테 헤마 람디수기 투기 공바 지타와 신도 자마념 주마념바베 땡아체기 제합디나로 예스.
And regarding the older school tantra, old school tantra, even this is also still prevalent and existing now without any declination. Since the visit of Guru Rinpoche, Guru Padmasambhava in the 8th century onwards, he started he started the teachings, introduced this Buddhism, the Vajrayana Tantra, based on the old school. And this one was passed down through many masters, like Longchen Rabjampa, who actually came from Tibet, and he introduced further Dzogchen teachings, which was taught by Guru Padmasambhava, and he spread this teaching in Bhutan. And not just spreading the teachings in Bhutan, he even went on establishing the 8 spiritual sanctuaries of Longchenpa. And then Longchenpa reincarnated in Bhutan in the form of Terten Pema Lingpa. And this legacy, which was started by Pema Lingpa, is still being continued today by like His Holiness Gangteng Tulku Rinpoche, Sungtul Rinpoche, then Namkhe Nyingpo Rinpoche. So they are one of the most prominent master from the old school tradition, who has been actually benefiting this country in such a way that these lineages, what it was at the beginning, and the purpose of the teachings at the beginning, at the outset, that has been maintained until now. So it is, so both these two traditions are very, very active.
That dizumbe, telende sarmada ningmigi chödia, nimada dawazumbe, duk jakablu, nemidi, zo galu tumuso wachin, the chögi jabu disulu tuyis. That chögi jabu disu gi tuktangde gachimuso wachin, perna jakab kati bedi pero, namsa nigi takbodi, jabu yins. Dibawalu tendegi, duk jakab dinalu, namsa nigi takbodi, macharigi miwangada yapsi disu in, dibini digi chödang sidi, ya darni inada, ma gyuni inadi, zo jabu disulu rale tuyis.
So these two teachings of the tradition of old and new school tradition, it's just like a sun and moon. And it has been flourishing very, very vibrantly until now. And the reason is actually directly goes to the patron of the kingdom. And then the patron of the kingdom, we have the highest patron in the form of His Majesty, the King, and then their majesties. And for these teachings to stay alive, we really, really need support, undying and unwavering support from the state head. And we actually always enjoy this. And because of their unconditional support towards this Dharma practice and this tradition, this is the reason why we could actually claim that these two traditions of like sun and moon-like traditions are still existing across the country.
That dia pechi shawachin, hema sanje she shubi kabloya, chö darni dilu, te da sanji ki jinda, te nyen lo bewachin jabu selje, te lende de ya gayale ya bewachin jabu sukchin yingbula supo dilu tendi ki pe tar, tamalo hebe kanle ya te jabu ashuka disulu tendi tar. Darsing jemi di so jinda disulu tendi tari, tama nubrembi ki kabloya, jebu ki pojo lesha ji joalu tendi ki tari namba te jagalu sanga doji tikpi chudi yongda mimidi te so jebu disulu tendi tuksta nosing, yegi nosong nebe nodosi.
So, for instance, if you look back into the history in India, Buddhism actually flourished. Even during the Buddha's time, he had amazing supporters, the local kings, like King Prasenajit, like King Ajashatru, and then till the time of Ashoka, Buddhism really flourished so well in India. And the reason is basically they received unconditional support from the head of the state. And that is like over the time, because of the time, there were fluctuations in the running of the government or the country. And because of this, some kings supported the flourishing of the Buddha Dharma and so on. And because of the fluctuations on the throne, then Buddhism also could not really thrive in India.
Da ani bewe gable te ngache jakhap nalu telende sarningi tembadi tatu nemidia ngachere 𝐂𝐲𝐿 𝐂𝐲𝐿 디수기 𝐁𝐡𝐻 줌베 지발로 텐도 데베 다신제 뒤유스.
So the reason why Buddhism is flourishing in Bhutan, it's actually the undying support and unconditional patronage granted by the throne here. And then His Majesty the King, their Majesties actually care the Buddha Dharma as if they're on two eyes. And because of this, we are still seeing the light of Buddhism today.
다 데베베 간레 땡아체기 최디 다투 두기 텔레 최젤 디술로 텐데 다림 가데베 조이서 와진 베나 두젤 당부기 갑로 베와진 데 땡아체기 미망기 콜로 제부 베스 슈와 따르도베 데 고기 제부체 제발로 텐데기 마체 두제 합나데 료 다투 하스기 쭈글락한디수 유미디아 데 공기 까디이 가지모서 와진 데 필리비입니다 베디 기바나 튠데 조디기 데 하세기 조항데수 데 따동에서 제 유미디아 델렌데 두제 당보기 같은.
So as for instance how the monarchs of the kingdom of Bhutan were supportive of the Dharma flourishing is actually like taking the first king of Bhutan, His Majesty the Gongsa Ugyen Wangchuk. So he gave such an undying support. And then particularly the people of Bhutan appealed to him to ascend to the throne as a king. And he accepted on the ground to benefiting the people and also the Dharma. And then based on this, he rendered such a support to the Buddha Dharma by establishing many, many Dharma centers and monasteries. And also whatever that used to exist in Tibet, those traditions he managed to transport from there through diplomatic missions and all like that. And because of this crucial support and contribution from him, we can say that Buddhism received a complete form of support from the monarch.
디마세 코라 데 시기자와 레샤 유디 베디베로 추기 톨로노솜 담아진 데 코라 똑딘 샤제시리기 까타르투베 텔렌데 다도 봄탕 타르발링로 데 꾼상 라간시메 디 심중 셴디기 코라 데 아타라티나 데 로레레기 남로 다오레레니니 디 꾼섬슈비기 참관 다도에 네베라 유스.
And he was actually busy, very preoccupied with the ruling of the kingdom. But still then, though he was very, very preoccupied, he managed to find a time to practice the Dharma for himself as well. And one instance is there is one shrine built by him on the top of the Tarpaling mountain. And there is one temple called Kunzang Lakhang. And this was the very shrine, whenever he used to get time, he will come there. At least he would make sure to find at least 1 or 2 months of time in a year and stay there for doing retreat. So this shrine is still maintained active today.
다 니바 루제 니비게 qablo 배워진 데 코라 텔렌데 취디 따동아 저기티 마냠베기 톨레베심들레 다둥 공기 튜몽마인 바지까지 지세되어서 와진 다도 몰람 첨부 세미디 하사기디 당보이 텔레 잠불링 디나로 텔렌데 몰람 탱 니바디 고숙사디 타르발링로 이스.
And the second king, His Majesty Jigme Wangchuk, also continued the legacy of his father. And one of the most remarkable contribution he made is he introduced the Melam Chenmo tradition, or the prayer assembly tradition, which is actually the first instance was started in Lhasa, Tibet. And it is a huge gathering where many lamas come and assemble and do aspiration prayers. And this was actually replicated by the second king, and he introduced this system here in Bhutan. So across the world, if you look about the establishment of such a Buddhist prayer assembly, mass gathering of Buddhist prayer assembly, the credit goes to the second king. So this has become some kind of the beginning of a tradition where, based on which His Holiness, the 70th 𝐁𝐸𝐵 today, he found the significance and importance of this tradition, and in order to ensure it is further flourishing, he introduced this Melam Chenmo tradition across the 20 districts of Bhutan. So if you may wonder why this has been introduced, actually he was inspired by the Melam Chenmo tradition that started during the second king in the Tarpaling monastery. So this has even more been replicated and has become even more vibrant and has seen by our state spiritual master that it is so important, and that's the reason why it is being continued today across the 20 districts of Bhutan.
Dele ta duji sumbigi kablo deta chisi hemagi disu junjong mache lakbar doya te dukjekhap ke nanglo te hema memigi sardo telende ngachargi simtokhagi te nangmegi thorim lobdati te khungi kablo be nangdigi te tatoya ngachegi ta jekhap nanglo telete nangbigi shese bom yumidi chidanale tentenmi.
And during the third king, His Majesty King Jigme Dorji Wangchuk, Syrian, he continued the legacies of his ancestors, including his father. And not only that, what he did is actually he introduced the institution of studying Buddhism more systematically. And the Rinzhung College of studying of Buddhism was first introduced in Bhutan at Semtoka by the third king. And this has actually dispensed such critical services to the country until now, and it is still happening and going on very vibrantly. And luckily, our session is also presided by the president of this college, which is existing today.
Konda te kachimuso achin didi shegumi di sanga doji tikpa didang telende jebu disulu ge chetok to katibi biniki tentalebe te masheba tabeb chumes.
So why I share this is I feel it is unavoidable, because this demonstrates how the kings have been so responsible in maintaining this kind of a precious Dharma tradition of the secret Mantrayana. And as regards to our fourth king, His Majesty King Jigme Sengye Wangchuk, he, of course, continued the legacy, and additionally, he built the Kage Lakhang, or the temple of the 8 Herukas in Bumtang. And then he started the tradition of doing Drupchen ceremony every year, and this is actually being continued even now.
다 lakparade dujengabi gulu hewe kablo tenga cherema ta di gulu yobat samji macheba duro te ngachagi ma gelipulu telende sanga doji tekbiki tonker tsukshimdale ta tengdudan tumbigi tolebe duro namesame sanga doji tekbiki telende shetsedang nyamnyundisu gongpel nangnigi dentalo tato chale nangdang shimba is.
And our current king, His Majesty King Jigme Sengye Jigme Gesar Namgye Wangchuk, he not only refined the age-old traditions and promoted further, he has come up with a very, very modern approach to benefit the Buddha Dharma and the people of Bhutan by introducing the Gelugpo Mindfulness City. And here, there will be emphasis being given on the establishment of the Vajrayana Center. And here, there will be the monks and the scholars being trained in the all the academic, in par with all the academic culture that exists across the globe. And this is something to discharge and dispense this so important message of the Buddha Dharma across the globe as well.
Onda divenindigi telende nge khatule telende da ngachamjigi me mangacha garagi khatule de 구름부치기 땜비 진dak 최종 잘보양 찹세지시 땐라 멤버 쇼세 데 땜비기 진다 최종의 잘보디수 텔렌데 찹시 나탕 제디기 텔렌데 땜바다 셈진로 펜토바르쇼지세 몰람디 답누 디타르도베 니기에 카툴레베디베로 텔렌데 가와당 쪼와당 대바 숨기 톨레 데 마치르기 명하다 얍세디수기 텔렌디 투기 공바티수 레션비 줍주세 데 까진 제수 덴비기 몰람슈도세.
So because our monarchs in the kingdom of Bhutan has been very playing an important role in flourishing and preserving the Buddha Dharma, we are, not just me, we all of us in fact should be very indebted to his to their contributions towards the Dharma. And hence, just as Guru Padmasambhava says, like the Tempe Chinda Chechong Gabo. So the main benefactor or this patron of the Buddha Dharma is the Dharma kings who preserve the Dharma. And all of them, he goes on to continue, Guru Padmasambhava prays that may this kind of a great Dharma kings always flourish. May their enlightened activities spread far and wide. May they always enjoy longevity, a disease-free longevity. So this is the prayer that Guru Padmasambhava expressed. And in a similar way, I always do this prayer. And then each one of us, we have to feel this gratitude towards our Dharma monarchs, and as a token of paying respect and appreciating their contributions to the Buddha Dharma, we should pray this, make this kind of aspirations, just as Guru Padmasambhava has said. So please, I request each one of you to make aspirations henceforth in this manner towards the contributions made by the king.
다니발로 예배강래 데 다링아차 델렌데 찌기 다도 천천게 바나 셰진이디 파샤 체냐 마고민디수 데 다리 가라나 셰줌 중미디 조가기까지 무서워진 다슈카르마 우라기까지 이스 데 까진 가데베 무서워진 다도 나처리기 데 미투기 원숨 통니 유미 다 미투세멤바 쟁기 원숨 지니 자기 것은 랭네미기 땡아 저기 시신 카르스미디아 조국이 투기 남질로 된데 충tum이 다 디당 디마세 다링아처럼 디기 나로 델레데 도지틱비기 곰 냠랭기 돌링디수 중미디아 데 코라기 남메스미기 데 구오젤 침베기 톨레베 데 다직 낭디기 델레 남메스미기 찰라 봄 나말로 된데 땡아 저가라 지칸나 좀디기 다리 아니숨게 돌링 중미딜로 땡에 카둘레 당ngay 카둘레 멤버베 심달레 땡아차 다리 데 상아 도지 택비기 냠린바다 델레 돌링바디수 가야라기 카두기 꾸섭베 땡아 가야라기 꾸섭뱅아기 카둘레베 데 다슈카마 우랄루 데 나메스메 카린 체스슈니.
Now next one is, like today, we have actually gathered here. Previously, we didn't even forget getting to interact each other personally. We didn't even know our names, but we have been assembled here. And this one is actually, the credit totally goes to His Excellency Dr. 𝐂𝐞𝐲𝐢𝐿. And because of his tireless effort, today we are able to speak to each other, hear each other, and then contact each other. And this is all because he has, through his tireless effort, managed to bring this, build this particular building called 𝐁𝐡𝐿𝐴. So, and then in this auspicious 𝐁𝐡𝐿𝐴, I just need to pick it up. The series of Vajrayana conferences have been actually conducted. And because of these Vajrayana conferences, we have been able to assemble many scholars from different disciplines. And all of us are actually assembled here in such a way that we could share so many profound wisdom of the Buddha Dharma. And hence, this being facilitated by the sole contribution of Dr. 𝐂𝐞𝐲𝐢𝐿, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank him, not just from my side, or taking on behalf of all of us here who are present and guests assembled for this conference. We want to express a deep appreciation and thank you to Dr. 𝐂𝐂𝐲𝐢𝐿.
Ya so ta nalema ta ngoma de gom gi gulu te ta doi hedo ola. Ta nalema te ta gom chapgubi nedin gachilu tendu humoso wachin te ngachalu semgi tholo kangal lesha yu kangal lesha ji chu duachin rewachi dang tokpachi gu hedu.
Now, our main part is to do the meditation. And for doing meditation, normally we have two things in our mind, that is hope and fear.
Ta ngachegi misidi 가야라 아니 굴르케디 가디모서 와치 마체 키통도 예베 까블로니 강갈지 미중간노디기 사장지 바 강갈지 중되베 갈로 디 셀디기 세마수비 강갈 세 차웨팅다디 키통도 예베 갈렌 강갈지 중노이기 데 레와당 독비기 되는 아체기 미시디 콜로코르디.
So we spend our entire life circled through these two mental states. Like right now, you may be doing very well, and then you spend your time thinking, worrying that maybe I may not be able to maintain this kind of a state of peace right now. And then you keep worrying. And then when you get to, actually you face the problems, then you start panicking, and then you try to find a way out of it, hoping for the answer. And again, you suspect, well, what I have obtained so far may be lost anytime soon. Then you just again, circle yourself through hope and fear all the time.
Di ani redukti ko ngachegi sem ngomachi ina so jinti chalemens ko banale judongmi jumachi ins dibewalu tendegi tari ngache gomchapdegi gachiten gon tango moso wachin ani redukni ten tango is.
So these two mental states like hope and fear, are they really your mind? No, they are actually interrupters, actually infiltrators. So through meditation, the task for us is to, screen them or eliminate these two thoughts of hope and fear.
다 아니 니보디 ngoma membachin 코니 뗀 땅니기 탑딜루 ngoma gamo 아니 딩여진 배고베이스.
So in order to expel these two, hope and fear, what is the real approach? That is you need to know through meditation.
아니 ngomade 가모서 와진 때 ngacha르기 셈 디나로 잠불링기 미디수딜로 둔두 셈진 디수기 땡돌에 셈 코라기 ngomadi로 레둑 가니아 메비기 남도 가니아 메비기 레둑 탐제단 델위기 델렌데 강알 탐제단 델위기 랑신디 ngacha 가로로 다또 예당 유심바치.
So who are these hope and fear? Actually, our natural state of being, be it you're an animal or human being, we have this serene state of mentality where it is not disturbed by hope and fear. So that state of mind is actually what we need to obtain and acquire.
온데 아니디 셈기 랑신디 딜로 무슬만로 크리스천로 힌디로 낭발로 세위기 철루게아미스.
So this natural state of mind doesn't have any barriers or discriminations, or doesn't say you are a Muslim, Hindu, Christian, or anything. There is no such labels in this. It is just the natural state of mind.
다니 배우기 간래 때 가책이 점불링 디날로 철룩이 바나 착당 초리 됩니다. 미다 미기 바나 초리 됩니디소 그제베 되모서 하지 아니 셈기 랑신디 뇌진 맞추발로 때니 중중이.
So because of this failure to recognize this natural state of the mind, you tend to see the chaotic world where people are, fighting against each other, and this is the very, very situation where we fail to identify this. The failure of this identification of this natural state of mind is actually what it causes even family conflict, and all it's nothing because of other factors, just being the failure to identify our natural state of the mind.
다 디기 콜레 나기 둠라치 자케디 슈게스 다 가시슌모서진 디줌기 셈기 랑신 뇌준니기 탑 딜로 데 레샤숭디 디날레 따뚱하기 셰니디 가지모서진 조바침기 꼬르톨레슈니.
So to identify this natural state mind is actually, there are many types of traditions which actually exist. And now I would like to introduce a little bit of this, and this is based on the Ati Yoga or the Dzogchen tradition.
조바침보디 다 추구 끈도 장볼레마 주디기 가랍도지 천천기 바나로 데 조바침비기 주 쇼로카 붐 쇼로카 델레테 붐타 죽주 자시 세 대백이 단위치 딱 되어 있어요.
So the starting of Dzogchen tradition begins with Samantabhadra, and until the coming appearance of Garab Dorji, Prahivajra, some 64 million verses of Dzogchen teachings are actually there.
델레 거기 로마 잠베신인고 회백안래 거기 주디 붐다 죽주 짜시부디 치섬데 나롱데 상와 맹아기 때세 대신 숨로 땡디기베 낭되스.
So Garab Dorji's student 𝐁𝐡𝐿 Manjushri Mitra, he condensed this and recategorized this 64 million Dzogchen teachings into three categories in the form of the outer category called as the mind class, the inner category called as the expense class, and the innermost category called as the pit instruction class.
델레 달루빈 잠베신인기 로마 델레데 리진 시리싱하고 회백안래 공기 다니 데수메비게 나래 치셈데 나롱데 상와 맹아기 데유비굴루 맹아기 데딜레 치코르 낭코르 상코르 양상 라나메비게 코르세 코르수 실루베 두루 체디낭도유스.
And in addition to these three categories, during the time of Shri Singha, the student of Manjushri Mitra, he again subdivided the innermost pit instruction into 4 cycles, called as the outer cycle, innermost cycle, and the the innermost of the innermost cycle, I should say.
디수기 나나로야 맹하기 삽체 둠라지 림바신도 배유 외딕 베디베로 디다리 셰발로 셰니기 디스메도 베스.
So each one of them has a significant pit instructions, and today we have no time to go into detail.
나 아니기 나래 양상 라나 메베 코르스미디 디수 가야르기 나나래 데짜 체슈비 닝기 낭래 닝부 숨집에 된샤샵지.
So there is the most unsurpassable essence of the essence, or the innermost of the innermost teachings. So this is one of the highly condensed essence of the teachings.
다 아니기 낭로 가치요 모서와진 캐치 가치요 모서와진 다토랑아 자안베 베드심달레 산지기 신금 무슨도 뱅아치기 제니기 취주.
So in this instruction, it says what we are now, you have to see them as pure land or the real Buddha field.
다 디기 네가디 가티 투모서와진 베나 나차르기 텔렌디 주 상와닝 볼라 속바타 상와 디바디수기 나나루 타틱세 자후르기 나나루 데 틸레치 곰네 유스 데 텔렌디 베 두기 콜로라 소바타르도 베다 프로보아친 텔렌디 자 우마 곰심달레 디난루 룽곰데기 슈크네 팅숨기 톨레베심달레 똥수기 데 나와디수 샤니 유스 디수디 데 가주무소와친 디술루 쫄위기랑 신지 쫄와치 유스 다 아니 다 양상 라나미비기 신컴문숨도 통리기 퇴결딜루 디즘게 쫄와치 유가서진 디쫄와메.
So there are, I will not go into the detail because of the time. According to this pit instruction, you are instructed to visualize essential drop at the heart center, and different tantras teach us in different way, and all these tantras actually require some sort of effort from the practitioner's side. And what it is said here, to see everything as pure land doesn't require that kind of effort one. So it is a very effortless approach, and this is what it means by seeing the Buddha field.
디기 내가 가til레텐 투무소와진 데 나차르기 셈기 내룩셀롱 랑신세데베로 닝기 짜후르기 나로 예베 닝기 짜후르기 나로 예미 딜레 베심델레 디 닝기 짜후르나 예미 딜루 다 퇴결기 다 튜무마임비기 델렌데 코라기 칙지어발라 다 닝기 짜후르나 나노 예미 딜루 샤랍 랑중게 되마스 다디 나레베 람디 가텔레 오니모소와진 자 다르커기 큐바타부 세미치 장샥 추이드마스 다수도 도와진 디 장샥 추이드마스 숨바진 뚜브니메 장샥 추디 짤레 베심달레 테 미고안루 주디기 테 아니 디낭레 텔렌데 싱함 디수디 아니 짤루텐디기 샤고 샤사디 가텔모소와진 닝기기 테 자후르기 나루 유비기 틸레디 테 아니 틸레 나루 샤위스.
So this instruction which talks about visualizing or seeing the pure land it starts from the heart essence or essential drop at the heart center, and this is actually called as the self-arisen wisdom lamp, and this connects and goes up through the channel. There is called Jangja Chui Denma, which is actually kind of a tiny channel that goes through and then comes out through the two eyes. And then this way you could actually see the object. And this, what you see outside, is actually starting from the very root essence here. And this is something we need to see through practice.
다 주디 셴디수나로 데베 마기디 틸레디수 파 안데 유스 곰니 마둡지 데 미기원숨도 통니 민두 디 최족바침베게 나로 퇴결나로 디좀 맹원숨도 통고비 중생같이나 개발같이 비나서진.
So in other tantras it does say the mention about the presence of this luminous and wisdom lamp or drop here at the heart center, but it doesn't really tell you how to see it through the eyes. And then here in the Dzogchen tradition, this which has been said by until now, it's called the crossover visions of the Dzogchen tradition, and this one is actually very explicitly mentioned in this highest tantric teachings, to see that this inner existence of the essential drop.
다 딜루 헤베간레 텔렌데 딜루 나나기 짜 디스 짜 함로 텐디기 치가 왕봉원 숨도 튀니기 탑람로 델렌데 슈당 숨스 델렌데 직당 숨스 다 슈당 숨다 직당 숨 요바 마체 슈당 숨다 직당 숨기디 넷 시디 네드닌비기 톨레베 조비인스.
So in order to see these pure visions, it relies on three ways of posture, sitting posture, and three gazes. And then through that, you will be pressing four vital points. And then this is how you could actually see the visions of the Pure Land.
다디 민잠지 슈샤와진 this 슈당 숨로 최규 슈당 생기 따보 롱괴 슈당 랑친 카부바 따보 델렌디 툴괴 슈당 장송 따보 오세 데베 숨이스.
So the three sitting postures are actually just for the sake of name. It is, first one is called Dharmakaya posture, which is like considered Dharmakaya, lion-like posture of a Dharmakaya. Then elephant-like posture of a Sambhogakaya. And then the, the sage, or a wandering sage-like posture of the Nirmanakaya.
텔레 직당로 녹솜당데 베데베로 최규 직당디 야 겐도 직니 롱괴 직당디 에윤로 지니 툴괴 직당디 올레베 지니 위스.
About the three gazes, Dharmakaya gaze is normally skyward, and Sambhogakaya's gaze is to the left and right, and then the Nirmanakaya's gaze is downward.
다 아니베 지비기 깝 디나로 다디 데베 집삼지기 뚝가서 와진 두루 딜로 내 시당 덴비기 톨레시고스.
So is it okay to watch like this through the true gazes? No, it should not be. It must be watched or gazed based on the four key factors.
다디 간레 데 왕부기 넷데 미기 고베샤 율기 넷디 파 남카베샤 델렌디 낭 리페기 넷디 샤르브랑중기 드메베샤 델렌디 라루게 나루 넷 숨시테미디 데 룽리기 넷시 룽당 릭바니디 치카베샤 델렌데 라루게 나루 시베 테메간레 룽다 릭바 소소 카텔디게 아니베 유유스.
So the four key factors are actually the eye, key factor of the eye. Key factor of the eye is like the gateway to see the object. And in the object factor is actually the space. And then you have air or the wind and awareness unified factor as well. And then the essential drop factor, that is the Sherab Rangjungi Denma or the self-arisen wisdom lamp. So these are the four categories, but in some cases you may also find three key factors. So when it is called as three key factors, we count the unity of awareness and wind as one. And when they are four, we count separately.
다 아니 줌지기 맹악 디줌지기 콜레 따위게 간레 델렌데가 저기 담보랑 춘잉은 숨기 나와서기 간레 딜레틱팅게 나와디서 샤종스.
So when we see the gaze, then because of first of all you will see the Sherab Rangjungi Tenma. First, you will be able to notice in your object the what we call circular light circles, let's say. This is the term we use here is seeing the actual truth.
델레 림바신도 조역간에 냠 공벨게 나오게 갑루 틸레 니델 숨델 델렌데 베 데타 틸레 ngatsumgirik dameta shatyong.
So when your gaze starts to enhance, then one single light circle you may be seeing, it will be multiplying, and then it will increase, and even you would see 5 circles of light and all like that. That is called the increasing experience upon the sighting of the Dharma truth.
다 디팅 다디기 델레 디릭파 세핍기 나와서요 간레 델렌데 틸레 디수기 나로 당부 꾸디수 샬룩데 데 우이죽들레마 샤심들레 델렌데 구 용족이 나와 때 샤디통 디수데 나처리 시심달에 전이 바르돌로 통닉이 나와 디수 다또 머시위 간래라 무슨도 베네비제니 유스.
So next one is awareness reaching to its full maturity, vision. And this one is actually, as you start gazing this way, the earlier inside the light circles, you will start seeing the manifestation of the deities. And as you see this, these deities are something which we will be seeing in the Bardo state. And here, through this practice, you don't even need to go to the Bardo stage. You can actually start seeing them right now.
대 아니베 배우기 값디날로 디기 내출 디다 랑기 용화좀지 둠라치 여바친 대 족바침비기 최들로 랑신기코 쪼와좀지 마도치 베코라 랑신기 마텔랑텐 좀지 내베기 나와치 두스.
So when I mention this way, I personally feel that I feel so excited that if you really perform this practice as essentially as you have been instructed, there's no chance that you wouldn't be seeing these experiences or feeling these experiences.
다 날레마 춘이 제비기 나와서 살리병간에 춘이 제비기 대 타마들로 헤비 값디날로 델렌데 고대 상제비스 다 도르두아친 다 디캅로야 델렌데 상 제니기 안나 타말로 헤비간래 대 심하고바 베심달래 대 잘리포와 침베 꾸르싱디기 델렌데 페나 구르름보치다 벤치 비말라 미타디 수숨베 심하고비기 대 냠린치 유스.
So the fourth vision is the exhaustion of your experience and conceptual observations and so on, the 𝐁𝐡𝐻 Ginawa. So this vision, if you achieve that, you will get to the stage where you don't even need to die. You will be attaining something called as the great body of transference, which were achieved by personalities like Guru Padmasambhava, Bhima Mitra, and all. So in this Dzogchen teachings, we do have a teaching that will make you immortal, where we don't have to die.
디 아니벤디기 디 샤프카르 초주랑드스미디기야 디 코디 택축이 냠렌디 타르친디기 툭디 최굴로 상제 차디베디베로 델렌디 코기 셈로다 아니 풍부기 로디 샤니데야 냠체웨스 다 디아코 유기랑 신로베 코기 델렌디 잘리기페 나날베 땅고베 코 신이 냠체웨스 데비기 투시지 나노스.
And there is one statement made by one very highly achieved yogi called 𝐴𝐴 because he achieved the fourth visionary experience, and he said like this, this body, I feel so lazy and so pissed off with this body that I don't want to die now. So because of this, I transformed this total biological body into the form of rainbow body.
아니 숨기 냠렐로 퇴결기 냠렐로 쯧니베테 쯧슈비 깝티나로 테 칸도마디수기 다 툭디 상제 사이 쪼라치 개바미스 다 추기기 로마 레샤치 유 아니 디수디 다 디시빅 좀에 다 투담 마나 추심징기 도딘로베 파 족친기 추승바 쥐나세 네베 숭노스.
So he said, like, I'm very, very pissed off with this body. I want to disappear into rainbow light. But then Dakinis came to him, and then he said, yes, your mind has now achieved the Dharmakaya level of highest level of realization, but you have so many sentient beings to care for. So please don't disappear. Go out and help the sentient beings.
다 디숨기 데보 톱닌 딜로야 족친기 슝 코라 따르도베 냠렌 베수바친 랍디수기 타와 두나 딩디수기 로숨나 타마야 로두기 나로 아니숨기 두당면도 종세 숭야수누 숭바따르도 땡아차기 최주 라로베와진 때다도 원숨도베 아니베 신감제 수미디아 땡아라 로랍데야 뇽이 델렌데 파수 디와딜린베데야 뇽이.
So this is the kind of achievement of this highest form of practice, that there are many people as well, like who has actually achieved this kind of ultimate realization where they can actually disappear into rainbow light. And this has been taught in the teachings, and not just taught in the teachings, it is really, really verifiable, because it says, if you practice these teachings exactly as you have been instructed, the best student can actually achieve realization in 6 months. Then the medium or the medicore practitioners could achieve the realization in 3 years. And the least one can actually achieve realization in 6 years. So this is not just hearsay as well. I have personally seen some of them who have actually practiced. Even amongst my disciples also, I have noticed that. And I also even personally had even some conversations with those who have achieved such things.
Perna, telende halam lo maju tele namlo nitungi hema imbe telende kamlo de nyagrunglo telende lama jalu achuwa simidi te shakshim dele to kungi kuzura mepe chodigi te 아니베 조이기 디앙아기 미기 마통디 베데베로 코기 차 주미디다 마찬이 코기 남들 주다 땡아찬이 지갑이디스.
So the most recent one will be around in the 2000. Actually, I ran into one master in Tibet called 𝐁𝐡𝐿𝐴, and he actually disappeared into this rainbow body. I didn't actually experience and see him directly doing that, but the very person who noticed this, one of the students, that his master disappearing into rainbow body, I came across him there personally and even wrote a biography.
나 대백 거칠리 땐데 템모서 와진 디숨기 내가 거칠리 땐 동모서 와진 담가 잡담 메잡기 개발이니스. 페나 마처기 싱 자탐바 떠리기 또고 바친 마처 미치기 남야 메사스. 인디베디 베로 찐 메신스미지 두왈 다르나와 아니기 땅다 바친 미치기 싱 자탐바디 디틀레 똑땅오스. 베디숨 진스. 다 다빈 다 아니지라이나 아니지 베베심 될레땡아차 아니고 해돌라.
So this kind of efficacy of the practice is dependent totally on how profound the PIT instructions are. So if the PIT instructions are very, very profound, then you tend to achieve this kind of a realization very quickly. And for instance, today, like if you're made to cut down some 100 trees by one person, single-handedly, it is going to take a lot of time. But you can rely on a smart move by using power chain, and you can cut down all the trees within no time.
레샤치 다퉁아기 민기 남랑 삼지 슈마도지 챙기 남랑 삼지 슈마도지 맹아 레샤유 데 인디베디베로 디링아차 디슈니기 두스 멤베스.
So what I have mentioned is just that name-based concept I'm providing here. Because of time, I could not go into detail.
데 나 아니 베베간레 다 다치 슈두 좀이 다 조바 침비기 아마디 쪼쪼디 랑기 셈구투비 간레 셈기 내룩 디고 샤베 간레 숭징기 남도 가냐 메비기 쪼바 탐제단 데위기 땡도 땡하차 세킨 찐이 찐냠버 샤다와친 디 디스두가 민둘라 조갈라 라술 다니베 베간레 다디 냠버 샤베기 네카블루 데 헤마 베차메디아 녹숨 땅고 민두 슈마 베니기아 녹숨 마땅비기 아니니기 헤마단 슈마 헤마기 녹숨 마땅 슈마기 녹숨 마땅비 바나루 마치 미가르로 셈기 똥차치 유라유 아니 사중디 샤니 딜루 테 조과침비 곰세로다 자자침비 곰세로다 샥탑 좀지 아님베스 슈니 디 샥탑 딜루 델렌데 망체와기 데 차냠샤베 샤니 이니베데베로 균킨 롱체 람잼기 맹아 튜무 마임바디 셈닝 엘소기 자자세요 간레 샵도지 기퉁베 심달레 델렌데 차니부디 비문고 깝데베 간레 코 랑신기 셈디 회시시지 배원이지 외도임에 다니기 톨로 마치 땡디기 체와베 데 세킨 찐이지 슈다게 모실라.
Now, in order to have a little bit of a taste of this kind of a practice, I would invite each one of you to sit in cross-leg posture, and then take the posture which is normally called as the resting the mind in the natural state, which was promoted by 𝐭𝐤𝐴 𝐿𝐿. This is actually, you place a cross-leg posture and then place your two hands on the knees in this manner. So just put it at your natural ease. And in doing so, the mental essence is like we think about the future, we think about the past. So, or here and there. Let's not get carried by this kind of thoughts. Don't entertain the past, don't entertain the future, or don't get carried away by the present situation. In that moment, there is some sort of one kind of a gap. This very gap is actually free from all sorts of mental proliferations or elaborations. So let's do this. Let's try to identify that and sit in that moment for a few seconds. Thank you.
So dari tendisum chive teve shui ta deve ganle teta na kara khewang changsa imbe tinga gi chechebe tam dia thodia jung chechema wo ma dia jung te kara lu thugi se ba shena singa gi so tap to hosen.
So sorry for my shortcoming and thank you very much. And after this offering is done, we will straight away head upstairs and then start the conference. Thank you.
Good morning. Can I please request Speaker Winton Fotu to come this side, Lord? Thank you.
Las, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Bhutan Meditation Conference. I would like to introduce you to today's chair. Venerable 𝐿 𝐁𝐡𝐮 𝐿𝐴 currently serves as the Secretary of the Council for Sangha Administration and Development Affairs under the Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Prior to this appointment, he worked as the Chief Editor and Translator at the Organization for the Promotion for Buddhist Practices. 𝐿 𝐁𝐡𝐮 holds a bachelor's degree in Buddhist Studies from Bhutan and a master's degree from the International Buddhist College in Thailand. He further pursued doctoral studies in textual research at Mahidol University, Thailand, while concurrently serving as a research fellow of the Bukkyo Dendo Kyokai at Kyoto University in Japan. He regularly offers teachings and public talks on mental well-being, mindfulness, and shamatha, calm abiding meditation. With his broad academic and spiritual training, both within and beyond the traditional monastic curriculum, Venerable 𝐿 𝐁𝐡𝐮 is often called upon to serve as a spokesperson for the Central Monastic Body of Bhutan. Venerable 𝐿 𝐁𝐡𝐮 𝐿𝐴.
Lasso, Tashidele to all with warm greetings, respect to most venerables in Sangha, religious heads from different organizations, distinguished guests and distinguished speakers, attendees and brothers and sisters in Dharma, and welcome to the second day of this 5th edition of International Vajrayana Conference. And I'm privileged to chair this session with the wonderful 4 panelists, which most of are familiar within the Himalayan region, which vast tradition, culture, and of course, they are much familiar within our old age tradition. Unlike other chair, I will not take much time. Instead, I will give the full time to the panelists so that they can present and also audience can get more time to interact with Q&A with the panelists. So first, I'm honored to introduce Dr. 𝐵𝐺 𝐶𝐻𝐿, and I'll not read out all the profile. Instead, I'll pick up 3 important: their current position, what are they expert in, and also their interested research field. Dr. 𝐵𝐺 𝐶𝐻𝐿, he is currently assistant professor at Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, and he's expert in astroscience, heliocentric and geocentric, which I'm not very much familiar. And also he's expert in historical and philosophical intersection of astronomy and astrology. And with his profound knowledge, both within and outside of culture, literature, and philosophy within the Bon tradition, he is going to present, or he is going to take us through the 3 years retreat or Losum Chosum within the Bon tradition. And through his presentation, he's going to introduce us the striking factors or methods that they practice in the 3 years retreat in Bon tradition. And also he may introduce some of the similarities and differences. And also he may highlight us the 3 years or the different components of 3 years in different Buddhist schools. So without much delay, so I'd like to invite, please join me to invite Dr. Jambe Chofel to the podium to start your presentation. Thank you.
Saradengi jamne kera muchida laju ni rabjungur megi de tanajin zulal ta shishin kar digi onzin zo gyube ta druglu shu digi kewa namba tanaji chilo ne pebe kewa samala linye tandaya samji tashtili shugi.
Hello. So please excuse me. I'll be just facing to the projector to do the translation, and our honorable speaker wants to extend his greetings to all the esteemed members gathered here, especially the president of CBS and the scholars and respected Sangha members of Bhutan, and the scholars and distinguished members from overseas. Tashidele, and good morning.
Tanangzo yongra ji losum chosum ne disamba losum da dawasum sha sum sela subada losum dawasum dindra sum sha sum sela subada ditsidangi manguchdu din zamba da dige di pa chu chigi dubde khala ta pa chu je yu di zamba kandi ju di zamba da dinde dramen di ji manguchu kyungdo din dingi chi tuzin tanga ziba yin di zamba tuzin yi gogora gyumzen karjini nasum tangi di ta di zamba di chalan tusa ru di gyudele dogores 𝐷𝐿𝐿 𝐷𝐿 디잠바 페이지기 타르도 데사도디 지기 듀고차디도 디머스에 듀고 시소치마 슈인.
My topic of presentation is actually 3-year retreat and 3 fortnights. So why I chose this is actually there is some sort of a confusion in a way that some say 3-year retreat means it says 3 years, 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days, and so on. So this has been some sort of a confusion, and hence I would like to do some clarification on this based on the teachings. And since I also come from a background of astrology, and I would like to give some clarification on this topic so that it would be very, very good information once for all. So this will be based on the tantric teachings.
다단다에 두고난 자외디레 두고난의 수용고래 두고난 수인데 잠바 단다디 양직 초진이디 공시버레 지기 심바지 남과 심바지 티루도 삼바 공시버레 디리케 말에 딘잠바 두고난의 디송디 잠바 자쟁기 튜버스 튜베기 사시 송고래 아니야 샤르라 단다야 두어주리 로라 땅고 멤바 놈나야 니야고루주 장나 추딩원보스 되게 자쟁기 주베기 사시시고래 사시기 나네 사당보들에 도와주리 디다 제바요 버래.
So one may be wondering, like, well, this presentation is taking us to totally different dimension or different tradition. It is not at all. I am going to present here based on the Kala Chakra concept of timing, and that it actually goes to this situation where it mentions about 4 types of four planets, and there is one planet called as the source of manifestation called as the Rahul, and then Rahula has 4 types of emanations. So this is actually taught exactly in the Kala Chakra Tantra.
되게 대가야 두고야 티투기 주시 먹어체. 다 두고 나라야 단다 디스노인주. 다 두고 뒤주 나라. 순주서든 라베기로 와 다와남기 주그린단에 뉴도 촉부 규루스. 강다수시 님의 논절안에 랍슈 스타데다 장예바 노바주 니마단에 차월주디 대일람에 드바드 넘버 예베 소시. 다단다디 로숨다 초숨스네 지구의 김제 조디 두고기 뒤규 나네 다 단다야 저식들이.
So this is the text, root text found in Kala Chakra Tantra about why we have to undergo this losum choksum practice. So losum choksum means like 3-year retreat and 3 fortnights.
다나 지진이 디마 두고 나나 레용디 잠바 참아 거즈의 대화요 인디 거즈리아 자네 시인디 잠바 사디기 강보 냠도 자는 숨구요래. 사디게디 강바다님도 잔시 사디게기 죄다 뛰니 조고 다 죄다 뛰니 조고 사르르르르야 코란도스 마숨샤.
So according to this tantric text, Kala Chakra, first of all, you need to identify the 7 types of planets as well. And then based on the rotation of these planetary positions, then we will have to ascertain the time and days.
다단데 디나야 두고기 디체 다 두고 다나 시신이야 두고 제전 지메외네 데디신게 제바 말랭구도 이네 제바디데 킬레바이나야 거지 마켄바이나 로아티스 고뇨부르지 스웨르지 니 둠데우 스웨기 찹데야 고뇨 치루긴도스도 디메 디모고치니 테가 미번 무치기 군기 미범기 단다 두고 제전
So as for the interpretation or identification of these planets based on Kala Chakra, somehow it is very confusing at times. You need some kind of a deeper consideration to get to understand this. But I rely on Mipham Rinpoche's commentary on the Kala Chakra, and based on this, the presentation looks more convenient and easier for us to understand. So my presentation is actually based on this.
디게 디 지연로나 거지 마켄바이나야 시즈 데스 마켄바이나야 토스 고뇨로즈도 디즈메니 디게 디룽 디게 디데 도스 쳔비슈에 참이 인주마 나니 나동도 슈에 조장슈 모고체.
So basically, to understand this concept, we need to have some basics or basic understanding of astrology, and so I'm going to give an attempt. I will attempt to provide some sort of a running commentary on this, and then probably we will at least manage to pick up some understanding the basics of astrology, and then it would be convenient for me to talk on the subject.
에던데 월랑이 디식유 안기 디리스코도 딜리시웨임바나 단데 당부디 로게레 만주에 춘된 첼로 게바스 숨고도 하던다. 다디 춘된 첼로 게바임바서 로게왕 단 숨고레 당고 미지기야 체제로디 로게 이버서 로게디 로직라 김샤왕도 단에 샤와나 샤모숨제 tuk주요로 디버서 로게디 샤모숨제 tuk주 유르운디 잠바 가르샤르슬라마나 숨치 tuk동도 샤데레 샤 다 숨주 주도니 장마 직동 직게 니생아지도 마 튀기리 디가서 로숨 초숨 다디 인기 조디레 로숨 촉숨슬레 디 지고에 주로와 다디 이시룽 다단다 디 차상 이시룽다 레룽스제 아주 레기룽다 이시룽스 마숨에 주로와 디데 제와요레.
So I have one calculation table at the bottom part of this presentation there, where it is pointed by the mouse. So this was done, a calculation done based on 100 years of lifespan. So 100 years times 360 means there are 360 days according to astrology in a year. So you just multiply that number and you will get to 36,000. And in the period of 36,000, hours? Days, 36,000 days. So in these days, you have to subtract 1,125. That one.
Losum 3 years, 3 4.
So 1,125 days is actually a 3-year retreat. And the 3 fortnights we are talking about, you just subtract from that total 36,000 days. And then you are now, the final sum is 34,875 days.
디 시험들이야 동라숨 수루스도 디야 따탄다 디야 샤차로 로jal라 상마 디거스요레레 로jal라 상마 디거스 디zam바야 다 상마디 숨주 고바네 다와차이로 다와레 튀기리 다와트 디zam바 다와 직동 니게 직동 니게 디 이니 가르쳐버 라바이나 단다 다 중니 고요 디zam바 로레 디로 로질라 다와 중니로 로자디 출림
So now this second line, 36,000, is divided by 30 years. And then
30 months.
30 months.
Sorry, D. Sorry, D.
36,000 is 36,000 days is
divided by 30 day.
30 days.
Then it comes 1,200
200 days.
month.
Okay,
Then
that is
12
30
divided by 12 is month. There's 12 months in a year, so it becomes 100 years.
Okay.
So
our speaker already explained, and now
because my English is not good, so I need his translation. So sorry.
No, our professor has actually explained already, and I already requested because my astrology is terrible actually. And so Professor La has actually come to this calculation. Second is now 1,200 months is divided by 12 because in a year there are 12 months. So that is why eventually you get to the sum 100 years. 이시룽 지구지 사샤오레 직동 지게 니생알레 디숨주 고인데 좀바 다와 숨주 섭딘다 체가 차레 상마종아 이시룽 wisdom wind 예시기룽도
직동 지게 니생아
디디 다와직나로
다와라 고인데 다와라 수 딜기로와 진 좀바야 다와 숨주 섭딘다 체가.
So now 1,125 days is actually again divided by 30 months.
Then it comes 37 and a half.
37 and a half, 15 days, yeah, 37 and a half months.
So that the Digong Sumju of the Lagbe Gurla, the Sumju of the Lagbe Gurla, the Lagbe Gurs, KJK Maradina Tang Munjun, Pijunan, Labalani, Digita, Dawachaga Chagatsigur, Dig Dinjidishidus. Lagbe Gur, Tajigan Zawajil Rosa, 37 multiplied by 2, 37 multiplied by hand means 2.
So the 37 months has been multiplied by 2, factor of 2, and then you get to 74 months.
Yeah, 37 month, full month, and 74 half months.
So this one I need to clarify once more. The last line, we have to consider this way. 37 into 2 means you reach to 74 full months and 74 half months.
The dugo dijene tanda di lung direji dus masung sha. The dina lung mangbu yore digi samani zu the draw mongo che zu angzi lamne zu dus kweni sha ye. Dizabadiri.
So these are the citations from the Kala Chakra, but we may not be able to go into the details. I'll just get to the summary one.
Tanda di mangbuji ki kerzi le dizamba thom digi da dindingi tab diwo indi zamba. Dugo kerzi ki lugla karsina nisha jigla chusu chukjuyos.
So, according to Kala Chakra, 1 day means there are 60 hours.
1 day is equal to 60 hours. 1 hour is equal to 60 chusang breath. Chusang. And 1 chusang is equal to 1 uk breath.
So in a day there are 60 hours, and 1 hour has 60 chusangs. Should we call a minute? 60 minutes, and then 61 chusang or 1 second, 1 minute consists of 6 rounds of breathing. So breathing here is actually counted like 1 round. Exhale, inhale, 1 round complete, then that is counted as 1. So there are 6 of them in 1 minute. So average breathing that occurs in our life in a day is 21,600 breathing rounds of breathing, cycle of breathing.
Tanda di lago chuzela, tingsan tab diwo yung chi lago chuzela ziwa ina tat samay kongruwa chuzi ni zabshi chuzi jila kama chuzan kama jila chuzan chukju dusi.
So to make it more convenient, based on our hand watch, you could say that in a day there is 24 hours, and in an hour there are 60 minutes, and in 1 minute there are 60 seconds. So the total is like 86,400 seconds.
Tadi tugo kazi ki dodang to ne ziwane nimaji ki tuzu dila uk nidiji dong tuge tango re lagbe chuzu le ya chu seba imba ina nimaji le ya karcha second le jura kiti tu dong shipye diere kunni angi mangyu kebar yere ini jibuji yare.
So the one in the blue letters is actually from the Kala Chakra concept of astrology, and based on this, in a period of 24 hours a day, you tend to breathe in and out around a cycle of breathing that is 21,600 times. And then now, if we calculate that or translate that into our clock, handheld clock or like this clock on the wall, you will be eventually in a day's time breathing a cycle of 86,400 breathing will be occurring, seconds. And though you see the difference in numbers, the essence is 21,600 and this 86,400 seconds, they are very similar actually.
Tadi miji mizi nangla, ta nimaji le pungu nidiji dong tuge tangi yorwa. Ta miji mizi na lo yatamba la gore, ta lo yatamba la uk kazu tangore digas tangore.
So if you multiply for average human life, then it will be in one entire life. Misichik jadi lo jaredora. So you will be actually how many now? I cannot read that number. It's 7776000 to the power of 5. No.
Yeah.
So these many numbers of breathing is actually we actually breathe in one entire lifetime. If you happen to live only 100 years.
다딘디 단다 간주 딘디 송수도 우가와이나 체림부 용거레스라 셰고 윤젠디리.
So there is certain saying, a belief, that if you hold your breath, you will live long, because you're actually not consuming that number of breaths entitled for you to breathe out in and out in your life.
다다난주에 두고 나니 숭이라 님다 로야기 나라 우디가스 당기로 우디가스 당디 잠바 안주 우두스 마땅디 우기 콜로르다 로 중니 중숨 가르디시 야바이니 다간데 우기 콜로딘데 디가스 당기 잠바 우숨주 소니 참라 이시롱 레 당고레스 디마이베 디게 차상 가레 레룽.
So according to the color chakra, now we have to really focus on this number. It is, maybe I will tell you, I'm not going to tell that in billion or trillion. So it is 777, 6 to the power of 5, divided by 32. So it says in a one lifetime, it is divided by 32. That's sure.
32 dire 이시롱 마마 옥숨소니 참라 이시롱 탱마직 당기레스.
So this is like this. In like
every 32
32 breathing, a cycle of breathing you complete, there is one breathing that is related to wisdom breathing. There is, every 32 cycle of breathing, you will be breathing or experiencing the wind of wisdom. The wind of wisdom that is, something related to the Buddhahood. And then rest are all dirty wind.
The din is about Manzigi lo yagi nangla, Ishilung Kazutango lavana, losum choksum lajra, losum dan, Shamaship Shangatango, Tindani, choksum.
So now, if you calculate this entire cycle of breathing, wisdom breathing you experience in your 100 years of life, and if you multiply and then divide, and the total sum it leads to is, you will be actually experiencing this breathing 306 logic.
Losum choksum.
So the whole number of this, when you divide this, in your entire life, what we are going to experience in life is you will be experiencing this breathing, wisdom breathing, that would amount to 3 years and 3 fortnights. 3 fortnights is actually, I think, 15 into 3, so 45 days.
In the Dangazi lo yagi nangla, Tandari Mauku Shabadgidre, Losum, Dawa Ganzachik, Dawa Chagachik, Shamaship do Sadir. So in our entire life, how we breathe this, the breathing of this wisdom air occurs 3 years, 1 month, and 15 days. 이번에 로숨 초숨 딱 가르치니 로숨 초숨 데 계신 분 당아서 로숨 초숨 아무 쉬고라 당이 노아다 제기 룩 도진반에 로숨 초숨 슈세기 디네도 주와 딘선바다 로숨 초숨 내디 이시롱 찍고지사 이번나 다 이시롱디 당아서야 뉴버드마스네 슈지 친부 유승고라 단다디 단아서 원이 송주 슈지 단다 내려와 근데 캠부 송조와 기시디 신자담바 미지기 제우주나 뒤지 쇼실 얘기레스 취재지기 제반스나 뒤지 뒤지를 차기 쓰는 거라 니네 시행 아주 이시롱디 빼 계속 슈진 버스 니기 뒤지 딜라 아주 고민냠네 로지 치바인바나 니기 뉴바도 마스네 슈지 템부 다 딩상기 취재다 마스네 취재 로지 차지와 슈지 뉴바 침부 디버서 로숨다 샹마십샹아 슈고에디 김제디레스. So this is the eventual reason why we need to do the retreat for 3 years, 1 month, and 15 days. And this is the like a time we spend entirely in interaction with the wisdom year. And if you manage to tap the potential of wisdom year, then definitely we will be able to achieve something great. Just like downstairs,
the most venerable Khenchen gave an example, like if you cut a tree, 100 trees by one and using an axe by one person, it will take a lot of time. But if you use a power chain, you can fell down the entire trees within no time. So similarly, if you are able to tap this 303 years, 1 month and 15 days of wisdom air, then your experience will be manifold, and that is why it is so crucial, and that's the reason why you even see this being practices being held in Bhutan. Bhutan, our professor considers it's the place of 3-year retreats. So this is something we need to really understand.
Tadi tentang anzu dire lawe chuzu tang zi tuane rwa tadi zamba di rojina tugo gi chuzu re chuzu larwa di lawe chuzu re chuzu ni zepshi larwa kuni nima ji de angi mangyu kebare de ringdung ji warwa.
So this the column with red stripes and the blue stripes. The right one talks about 24 hours in our clock, and then the left one talks about 60 hours according to the color chakra. So basically the length and the time length, everything is same, just the numbers are different. So on the right, it's actually to depict our calculation based on our handheld clock. Okay, so the outer ring in black color represents the 6th breath. 60 seconds, the blue one. And then the 60 hours.
Okay,
so this is how you can blend the two clocks together, the color chakra clock and our, let's say, standard clock. Our Professor La was mentioning Lakhor. That's why I said handheld watch. So we normally distinguish the clocks by Lakhor and then handheld one and then the Dikhor watch.
Didi jibuji yare, tenga zudi gyunju piju chigi yuwa yinba sasa hago derwa. Ta tugo zi da labe chuzu zi le di bet kebar shush rudu si lamsang go na digdo, kebar che ye mares, dollar zi geta da jigwa res, pena dollar gi chachun ba yinba yina, tanda di Europe na la Belarus le shidwa sanjish. Ari gomu chig la, kunzu gomu nyi di chega res, di maza nye pesha yinda. Didi nyi di chega Europe na koranja le giri jibuji yare res shui.
So these two clock, color chakra clock and our handheld clock being segmented this way is actually just a way of presenting, but the value and then the essence is actually very much similar. And then our professor is using the analogy of the dollar. For example, US dollar will be like a value somewhere about 2.2 of the money currency in Belarus. But whether you pay 2.2 or then the US dollar, it's just the payment is different, but actually the value is very similar, something of the.
Tadele chik chishi kanshirwa, tayingi sudi zamba diya mara, dele ya karma dwa de nima yore, de nima da kuni kama nyamdo yore, dele ya nima da kama tarin shu yore, dimbazo kami di tugo kaza tuwa juri mo tongo res.
So this graphic I cannot really interpret, Professor La. And,
okay. I will try to
read. In the interest of time, we will move to the next slide.
Sorry to interrupt. As Dr. Jamba Chofel has taken us through live, actually it could be very much interested to have a separate live demonstration regarding this. It involves like astronomical conclusions. I think it's quite hard for many of us. It involves astrological interpretations like. So I would say that anyway, Dr. Jamba, thank you very much for Thank you very much, Champa, for maybe in the next, our audience may have some questions whether this calculation, even the defining of losum chosum is correct in our tradition or it differs. So I think audience may keep ready with this question. Now, second speaker, we have Venerable 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 and 𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐸𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸, she currently serves as a lecturer in the lecture internet. That means she's expert in Tartu at Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies. She is also expert in Phowa and Munsam, the Transference and Dark Retreat. And she gradually attained the 𝐸𝐻𝐸 title. And today she's going to present us on the topic, entering the path of Vajrayana based on Bon tradition, which would be also very interesting. So through her presentation, she'll be introducing us the gradual path of development stage and completion stage with identifying many methods, techniques, the results, and also importantly, she may highlight some acceptance and denial on this, the Vajrayana perspective from different Buddhist schools. So please join me to welcome 𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸 on the podium, please.
Jaji sunga drowning thing about the Kyo Nabadang, the Najiki Sojawa number Samala, Kumu Toma Sandrash Delishwin.
Greetings to all the participants. I want to make these greetings a little short. So in the upcoming presentations also, each speaker will be coming up with the greeting words. So I just want to say our 𝐸𝐻𝐸, her name is not Yonten Phunso, her name is Phunso 𝐶𝐻𝐿𝐵, 𝐸𝐻𝐸 Phunso 𝐶𝐻𝐿𝐵. And she's a wonderful scholar from the Bon tradition. And she, first of all, before she begins her presentation, would like to extend Tashidele to everyone here.
Ngage tring jobja de yungrong pongilo la sunga ge koni ane di khapjong de sunga langon yugji jeba mete chongas da chidang sunga langon yugji laundu ngaso thoma sunga ge nyamye che go baina tuba dang samba do gomba du chine go re chezan tirendu thoma de tubi shera de kechembo jendu de pecha taya dang loya da tinjele samno tane di khapjong de tebai.
So the title of my presentation is actually entering into the slide.
I just roughly translate entering the path of Vajrayana.
Yes. Okay, it's the title, right? So the last part of this title, it says Mutik Tengwa. It's the garland of pearls. And 𝐸𝐻𝐸 is emphasizing that this garland of pearl is going to present you about the teaching of Vajrayana, or the secret mantrayana. And secret mantrayana teaching, if you need to understand that, you have to rely on three modes of education, which starts with hearing, then contemplation and meditation. And this one actually focus on obtaining the wisdom of understanding the teachings through hearing wisdom.
Ngundru tam la du digi nanglo la nge khareti re la na yungrong bonde boge chulok saji dojeje 하장게 아니 로주 릉보 빼나 물로 직접 제동 라스 도지는 세계 요래 제자 진데도 되게 용동 봉게 따롭데 땡 사보인바당 아니 자카 진다네 된데 다와지를 시고 다 보기 사지 도지기 출로지 차디어리 된데 나촌라이나들라지 냠접지 고야데 베 출로 신라지나데 개체무지 차디기도 어디 훈련기 땀나래 된데 주요.
So, in this preface, introductory note, I would like to, this whole slide mentions about the history, a brief history of the Yungdrung Ben teachings. And Yungdrung Ben teachings is actually something of a native to Tibet, and it flourished since 18,000 years on till now it has been existing. And to research and investigate such teachings is actually a responsibility for every scholar. So that is the reason she wants to present here, so that everybody could actually get to do more researches on such historic teachings.
Today, Yungdrung Ponde Loju Rumbochiri de Ina Danda Nyamsilenge the Nyong Rose Chadiore, de Chago Jimsi Kandi Charsina, Ani Nyamcha Momboje Chiore, Din Nalola, Lojula Jipsi to do Dangamanga Marina, Ni Dang de Mombo Toya Meza, Yungdrung Ponde, Matek Bigi Chures, Ani Mamchum Burgeris, the Karsanaji. Lam ge na da jilam dresong ge namja yo mare se tinde lokwa she den ge khashe ji jong yo re che sa tinde de nyamcha chi ne da nyamle ching ge de hajang ge nyung cha song bare.
So the tradition of Bon has actually faced a severe declination, and those who are actually practicing this tradition is also very, very less. And the reason is it faced so many declination factors. And for example, even in Tibet, they were alleged as a mutikpa, or some kind of an outsider kind of a teaching in Tibet. And some even go to the extent of criticizing this Bön teaching, that they don't teach the essence of path, ground, path, and the Prussian. So they are actually absence of these three essential factors. Such are the allegations made by others, and then because of such factors, it could not really flourish, and that is the reason why we have a declining and a very fading numbers of practitioners today.
That is Chalina, Jacob Suno Mamboji and Kyong Mamboji Gene, Yungrong Bon and Yamjepjina, Tawa Gada Jetsaja Jedang. Kuncho song Yungcho Nebja Kelembado, Tawa Jilam Drevogin Namja Yobade, Pache Mong Pachege, Jina Shimjok Padang, Kepaina, Samagi Shigi Yoris.
So, but in this day and age, we have been receiving increasing numbers of researchers and scholars who are genuinely interested in this kind of a teaching. And when they have actually dived into these teachings through their researches, they have actually found out very much essential teachings that is found within Buddhism also, like such as starting from the primordial purity teachings taught in the Buddhisms, like Dzogchen Buddhism, and also like three jewels that is 𝐿 presented in Buddhism. They are actually equivalently found being expressed in these teachings, and this is unanimously accepted by the scholars of our time.
That ring I get jobs at the Chidang Yungrong Poland, Do Dong, Nadong, Sem Somiore, Tindi, Tigi Nani, Nagi Kola, jobs at the Chadi use.
So now, as we dive into the Bon philosophy, it consists of the sutra, the mantra, and the mind. So today, our focus is on the mantra.
Ngagi nanglo Yungrong Bongi Tumo Mai Pagi Shedang Lani, Tikparamba Gazu Tindichi Yori, Tikparamba Gay Nani, Do Tikpalanare, Jensini Tikpalana, Tikpa Jeti, and Deongaji Tikpala, Tikpa Ngashigori, Tigi Nani, Deongaji Tikpanoni, Tikpa Ngati Nani, Tikpa Jeti, 송하 랑당 아니 타마디 조바 쳔부기 특바 도치네 셰게 요레 딘데인디 다 특바 제이 코르니 조고 제응하지 특바노니 조고 셰이 특바 럼바 거 특바 럼바 거 이노니 젠시니지 특바 제 제응하지 특바 nga 제응하지 특바 nga 이 낭니 아니 타마디 조바 쳔부기 특바 차고레 데 조바 쳔부기 특바디 nga기 특바 나라 초 더자고 요레 이게 값 nga스
So, in the general philosophical setting of Bonism, it presents 9 vehicle system. And in the 9 vehicle system, there is a sutra vehicles as well. And in the sutra vehicles, there are 4 of them. And when you add the 5th one, it becomes the Vajrayana, Mantrayana vehicle. And again, if you get inside the Mantrayana vehicle, you will have 4 more. And then the 5th one will be the Dzogpa Chenpo Sung Rol. The 5th one is the Dzogpa Chenpo. But here, our Geshe-ma is going to emphasize on the mantra vehicle essence.
The Pombogi Tawan Tadodilana, Dzogpa Chenbugi Tawati Chadigorin, Doilani, Pongza Zochin, Nagilani, George the Lada, Gada, Tendricomiachi, Tawan Tadodi, Dzogpa Chenbugi Tawa Kellingoris.
So the Mantrayana of Bonism, actually the ultimate teaching is actually the great perfection.
The training as Hagi Koni, Yinzang Wage, Doi Kodang, Zoba Chimbugi Koni, Shia Zo, Bezo Chigme, Rangi, Sunha Shiba Tig, Kandichi Gogo, Stigi Koni Shiai.
So now I will actually emphasize on the mantra alone, and I will not focus I will neither focus on Sutrayana or the Ati Yoga teachings, the Mahayana or the Great Perfection teachings. My focus will be on the Mantrayana aspect. And here I would like to give an explanation about why it is actually called as secret vehicle or secret mantra vehicle.
Last time, also, Tangbo Songa, she the Nyamli Maje Bengola, Sang Shiba the Kandichil Kogo dos, Nga Shiba the Karikogo dos, Tik Diningi Tondadi, Kechemboji songs.
So I feel it is important to understand these 2 terminologies, the secret and mantra.
Songa Shibi take the La Chitang Kosa Mambochido in a Pecha Manda, Tan Kepa Manda Wada, any Pecha Manda Venola, Kosa Mambochido, Narangi, Tonjasige, Pombu, Yungdong Pongi, Pecha, Nalola, Kepa Kashege, Sonja Batending, Dino, so Lungriche or Chisa, Digi long to so much Yagi and Beso Chigi.
So regarding the secret aspect, there are different definitions given by different scholars. But what I have studied across the Bonism, there is some tantric sources that talks about the values and definition or the characteristics of secrecy. So based on this, I will make an attempt to explain here.
The Nanju Namado na Yonda Kandishi Yorlana, Sungage, Nyamlin Dang, Sungage, any Choka Changli, the Wonglong Chison to so, Mambo Yosala, share your Maresa, no the Dimbi Kansa, Rangli Shigur Mato, no the Medibi Kansa, Shevaina, and it Tawa Laundry down, Tepa Laundry at the Chagi Yores, that they share your rate in the Indu, Tigikone, any long Kashaji Trang, Ding in Mashai.
So secret here is actually, it is understood that the profundity of this Bon teaching should not be divulged to the masses. So if you have to do that, you have to share it or instruct to those disciples who are actually capable of receiving that. The right disciple, you have to get it to them, these teachings. Otherwise, you are not allowed. The secret aspects includes giving empowerment, sharing pit instructions, and providing interpretations about these secret teachings. So this should not be divulged out to those people who are not ready to receive them. And if you did it, they will misuse them, misunderstand them, and it will, in the end, lead both the parties to ruin. So this is what it is understood by the concept of secrecy here. And there are certain scriptural references, and this I will try to explain it here.
Lasta Sunga Gikorde, Tandanga Gindigi Nalola, pecha longre je jawege ani logic tang diso soma meba soyo number so ge yang tinde bombe ge pecha dang tanda ge nga ge chesom tinde shunjo che karsina che zingni towa ina nga ge byoge insta digi nani tanda de longre che jawege keba khon khashe che ge pena bonje jinde chenbon rongolo du jamse che yori khon namba ge song jawa de 다 가든 총어르세나 뒤랍 중니기 나라 총여리 딜라소비게 아니 케바카시에게 송아 된데 롱레슈스
So there are, especially in my dissertation here, I have provided ample references about scholars mentioning about the secret concept. And I also rely on one of the great scholar, 12th century scholar as well, who mentions in detail about what it means by secrecy. And if you want to know more about other tantric sources in Buddhism, I will be very glad to share this, if anybody is interested, this dissertation and the citations that I have made.
Tako nambagi karisondolana mago lota namla sang leji toma tongla nga songha shi se chakpa ins yang pecha taga rang no jong te ni les ninsek loshi je la sang tapchong shira me la song dedi ombo no la nga laundu tigin jefi de kandich gogo yesare sina pena mago lota chi laundu songha ge tongde songha ge nyamle de susu gi cho jula yon takpa se jo matom na se gi namba ta pena jodo la soba dang tinri songha ge langne chowa chale nang la damara mangbo chi yori chesa de so la ta ne ani loda jin rong gi gangsa de so la sangwa chi go gres shi ning ga mares ta sel ma nga la ya de ma sheba tinri gi se gi namba de rang la ta ma de ba ti gi tawa dang gomba dang joba tinri gi nyamni teng sabo de so so don de lin ting gi gongsa de so la ani ma shi go gre shi be tonda insares nga shi be tonde nga sheba de ma shebi ki tonda pena shirap nombo to so la ma shirap no la ndu songha ge nyamli gi no to dimbi gongsa de so la ma shi go gres ani no to mede be gongsa de so la sangwa chi go gres no to mede pa de so sangwa ma je wa ina ko so la ani phin le no che gres kar sin na lokta chin ro gres lokta che bi gi jimse de kan cha yo la na songha ge ani choga chagle gi nang lo la ta pena jite ki namba mangbo che ta jodo la so ba mangbo chi yorwa jisu la te ne peche lokda chin ro yo sare.
So one of the reasons why you should not divulge the secret teachings of Mantrayana of Buddhism is because there are some very, very unconventional teachings and practices that if you reveal it to those people who are not ready to digest that, then probably they will actually misuse that or misunderstand them in a way that in tantric practices there are practices of liberation activities and then also kind of what you call copulation practices where a couple union is also used, unity of a couple, or like liberation is something that relates to some sort of a killing in the what is the negative forces and or suppressing the negative forces, so on. So these things looks very, very mundane if you look at them. And then looking at this kind of the way that this exists across the mundane life, people will think this is same as the mundane world, a mundane activity, and then start to misunderstand, and then they would go into doing this mundane activity thinking this is what is taught in the Buddhism or the teachings. So this is a very risky thing, risky understanding. So in order to avoid such situation, you must not reveal these teachings to the unready disciples who are not ready.
Da sungha de ani shirap nombo de sola tingo bi jimse kar chagorla na shirap nombo de no de dembi gongsa le temba ina ani thaba do thamchi chimbi gongbo rombo chi yan rodu lam dru nyowa tong jowa yore se mando le be de penando la kaba tromi ngan ro ji thogo na sungha la kaba tromi song ge nang la thaba do thamchi chimbi gongbo thogu res lam dru nyubi jimse le tene ani shirap nombo de sola sungha ge nyamni de so tene yakbo yo seres.
So then, if it is so risky, why do you need to teach this kind of a teaching. Yes, you can still teach. It is useful for the brilliant students, people who are wisdom-oriented kind of very intelligent or smart students. If they can actually practice and understand them, this will enable to achieve the Buddhahood, the enlightenment, very, very efficiently, swiftly, and easily. Because if you rely on the sutric part, which is free of these mundane activities, which is more appealing and respectable for the society, those teachings would actually take you some 3 kalpas and all. But this teaching, it's so powerful, and then if you rely on this, you can achieve realization within a short span of time.
지도 nga lang du ta namju nga zo nimba sa na yedang soso ge pe na da yedang mandawa soso ge nga la ko sa mangbo ji do de la nga de la yang nga do nga do zo nga dang ani che zong la so ba tin nga mangbo ji ko yo res kam de de ge nga de mai ba ne soso nyamli le cho ja na tu si na sang lo tong go ye ji in standard jo ja de
so now the mantra part. Mantra could be actually of different categories. There is kind of a awareness mantra, sutra mantra, then dharani mantra, and many are there. But this mantra doesn't refer to them exactly. It refers to this kind of a powerful methodological practice that could deliver us to realization within short span of time. So these are actually what it is referred to by the concept of mantra here.
Tande nyamlin la khandi na so jo jago wari la waina songa ge kap je nyamlin de pena nang ge sem yishi se je pa sem yishi se donga yishi se jo jo de ta xie dong dong do cha do tomo do so ge wang sem ma sho ba de yishi se ya je ba ta ani nang chu ge sem je de so kar sina la do la mu ge rang ji je ba ta ce nu pena zhen na sa dang sa do ra de zo lai je kong ge rang ji se jo ne tu chi na ani nyamle chi ko seres.
So but how do you put them into practice? So when you put these powerful methods of mantra, is like to transform our inner mind, the negative kind, what you call negative mental states, like desire, hatred, ignorance, jealousy, and so on. This must be, using these powerful methods, transformed into primordial wisdom, the wisdom that is possessed by only the enlightened beings. And then, having said that, as you look outward in the outside world, you will be seeing other sentient beings as well. And these sentient beings, you should visualize them or to understand them and realize them as deities, male and female enlightened deities. And then, for example, we see the forests and mountains and trees and so on. This, you should be able to see them as the celestial mansion or the pure land. So this is where we could actually call as the mantra.
De jago bi jimsi la na re sungha la yan de dagja ga tongba shiram mo ge song ane tongbi tingde melong go go ji yore digi nanglo de sungha shi jobi gi jimsi namba je go ni shi yore.
So the past teacher of this Bonism is actually the great teacher Tenpa Shenrab. And he mentions like 4 elements that actually qualifies what it means by the secret mantra.
Jede devati nyo de tapa jebatang yane lam de jebatong mai pala tane gombadang tini ron la joba do je that nyo de tapa jebala ne dangi koni shibanangi ani jinsin이 지득받다면 많이 봐. 내 송하제 특반 양리 제바이나 야 상제제 공부 뇨완인데 토거레스 뇨블라우드 조고야 터비기 점세.
So of the 5, first one is the swiftness or the quickness to achieve the enlightenment. And why you need to rely on this mantra practice is because it is so swift, so fast in delivering you to enlightenment.
number year do mai pala tani gomba da teso khari ko go rizana rangi pena la da ka do ri rangi se gomba ji rangi ge pena tan no ayor rangi no ati so tanda rangi no ata mai pa namba nui gi namba di jin de jorwa ji la ko yo sares
Shin.
oh pena ta nga ra je na tanda karson sem yishi se jorwa ani no jut karsina no jut so la do la mu rangi se jewa sei ge no da la da jaye ge rangi se jewa lang du namba jin de jewa namba yan.
The second element is actually you should be able to view these ordinary visions in a transformative way. It's actually, you have to transform these mundane visions aligned to the ultimate vision, which is like you see sentient beings as the deities, you see your own negative afflictions particularly, as the expression of the primordial wisdom, and then the places where we live in should be seen as the celestial mansion or the Buddha field or the places where only enlightened beings could actually dwell. So this is the second element.
That didn't go into Naba country pena Songha Genyamle Chiang de Rangi Lar Gombata, as Bombugi Lona, Kando Tuji Kondo to Tindayori, Rangi Kando Tuji Kondo Goaina, and Rangi Nala Zada, Yaka do Yuma da Telas of Bigizalas of Bachina, and Lati Rapat Tezo Maipa, Nubat in the Yobachi, the young Tindichil Chico or so that the lie number Joya said, the Rangi the lie Nabachi Kumbachi la Coco Yusares.
So, the Sumba Marwa.
Tanda degi number jura de tapena number country to gongo lana rangi ge pena rangi ta yedan karena da pombu go lolan khando tuji kondo de nga khando tuji kondo gongo na khando tuji kondo de rakpa thezo ge number je mai pa ne nidi chi gongo go res.
So basically the second part, like transforming your perception, is like especially there is a meditative process where you will be visualizing your own body as the body of the enlightened being, something called as Khandro Tuki Korlo, the wheel of the Dakinis heart. So this actually introduces us to visualize that you are not going to be, we are not ordinary just as we perceive. We are all enlightened, and you should also look that into your own body, and that kind of a perception is called the transformative part.
La so to chita train nga gitamshi din jok zo ma so tini train din ala sungha ge ko ni jaji gi dolen shewa ngara thuma tombo yin la roli le ba tin thuma tombo yin khyo mombo chinja song ro ge sa cha ta ni yem mombo chinja so pe me se wa ge chibo chong darling ge ko de chin ge ge ane ko de gi chobe gi choma da dang ge jab jo do ro ra nang ge changma la ni thaba ni ka de ches che.
Very apologetically, Geshe-ma is saying I couldn't finish my whole presentation due to time. And then this is my first time participating in this Vajrayana conference, and my first visit to Bhutan. I really found this country very exceptionally and phenomenally beautiful, and I feel only joy here. And the organizers of this conference, I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. And Tashidele.
Thank you, Intashidele. Thank you, Intashidele, to Keshima Phunso-Tsilzin, and sorry for the mistake in your name. Yes, we totally agree with the rational and devotional that surrounds the Vajrayana teachings and the practices. And you have rightly reminded us that why it is sacred, to whom it should be kept sacred, or through what practice it should be kept sacred, and through what, based on what evidence should be kept sacred. And the Vajrayana or the Tantric itself, it's not sacred, but it applies to the practitioner if it is deemed or not deemed fit to practice or receive Vajrayana teachings or practice. So thank you. And yes, like you have mentioned that we would like to have you again next time to continue with your presentation. So now the next presenter we have is, if I'm not mistaken, Venerable 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧. Venerable 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧, he is currently a teacher at Yongdrung Bon Monastery, and he is expert in tantric teachings and also a very prolific speaker. And today he is going to present us, or he is going to introduce the born and burn through identifying the defining characteristics of these two entities. And also he would be able to let us know their affiliation, who and who taught that, where. So please join me to welcome Venerable 𝐁𝐡𝐮 on the podium.
Laso Jachi Songa Gudrumle Chimunditola Niu Roger Kabge Niu Manata Anitation to Jacob Chino Moponi Peti Bikiona, but Samala some to take delay down Kuzumbushi.
Tashidele and Kuzuzangbo.
Tine Narangi Tring Dolindi or Georgia de Bimbo Songa Gypsies in Kajonji Dambare.
So my title of presentation is actually the general explanation about the secret mantrayana according to the Bon tradition.
Sanga Gypsies to Koakandichi Kugures and Tatigi Chala Maso Pure and Jabar Rose Kawaina, Tangazo Sangage, Jungo Samo jumps out of Moboji Yobare. Tununa Tangazo Nankogi Shiwa Mayana, the Pombuge Sangata, any Chujogi Sanga Nis Yungayore, and the Chulu Jimba Hindu Las of the Sanga Jachimbo Yorendo Yinaya, that the cups of Papala Mazo Pombuge Sangata, Pendig Songa de Shigayore.
So, as I rightly put in my title, the general explanation of a mantra, secret mantrayana, or a mantra. And in the subject or the explanations related to this mantra, secret mantra, there are oceans of scriptures and texts which explains this. And also in Tibet we have Bon secret mantra and the Buddhist or the Dharma Buddhist Dharma mantra. Bon mantra and the Dharma mantra, we have a mantra of Hinduism and so on. So leaving all the divisions aside, I will like to focus on the Bon mantra.
Tini Mune, Dachidan, Ravicha, and Mobo Yuri, the Medravichu, and Tombo 𝐿 Anim, Tomo Tarso, Tarnamsi Remba, and then about the Pu Conjejola, Tarnamsi Remba. Tini Tarsavi Jela, and the Sanga Getimbati Kola, Nidan country, you meet Tini Ditsin Sombra, which is going shooting.
So, if you speak of this mantra, across these different traditions, there are many aspects that resembles or overlap each other. And there are also some aspects which are exclusively confined to certain traditions. So here in Bonism as well, Bon mantra, secret mantra as well, there are certain elements which are exclusively found in this. So I would like to talk on this.
Chukangutoni Hiwaina, that Pendere, Pombore, Karigi, Sanga, Chahawaina, and the Chungong the Shion, Mason, Roa, Mig, and Jikten, Par, Gan, and Jikten, Jimbaki, konda tindiji nongone marhi goyde chage yore.
So one of the distinctions of Bonism is like the source or the origin of Bon secret mantra. And this one, when we talk about the origin of Bon secret mantra, we have to go to the extent where we have to trace the origin of sentient beings and the universe we live in.
Pena ngazon jikte myug nangola cha hyawaina ane khangza ro me bachi ane me so chong de bachi ane chig song ne chig jung wa tela ane ngazon jikte myug nangon de bare te mai ba karsena da long zogo tuzo ki che kaze chi song re nyen ju re chi laung de sabani ane ngazon ro me gi jikne la par garbi ke chare ro ina ya ngazo sanga ge jung re ne jung lo mo bo chi di ke ja ma hi ro chi cha ge yore.
So when we go into this like understanding of the sentient beings, like we have a conventional way of understanding this, like human beings, for example, and then where we can communicate each other, and this kind of a concept is basically at a very external or the mundane level. And then we can also talk about something about supramundane level that goes beyond this, like which talks about the Nirmanakaya or the manifestation avatar level. Then it goes to the Sambhogakaya level, and also it talks about the Dharmakaya and so on. Especially this Nirmanakaya and the three enlightened bodhis I mentioned, they are actually something that is transcendental to us. So this is also something which is actually found here, and that part could be included within the category of secret mantra.
Polo ke songa ke yon de so kizong chewa yena dada nga zo long chu jimbe ke sanga yon mombo che selo tripani ta pa de sama chi ba ju ma chi ba tin yon de ke lo ju tin yore yore yina ya ta ti je na nga zo ro mi nongola kadu chung yo mi ta chi ne kangza ro me ke chor zone nga zo ta nyamle chewa ta तेगा ना ये लोन्स जो बात कभी चुन रहे से वाये ना तंग आजू तदा आजू के तुम बच्ची चुप सांगा के तुम बच्ची चुप से कोई और तुम बच्चीरा मुँह के लाने के सेंचुरी से अन्य खोंग सुंदु चलो छिपा नहीं कर सो आजू करसे रोआ चिमी चुप दे नहीं सोआ दिबा ताला में बायों तब आजू जुना मुँह बोझ चावी चने तो सो तुम रोआ मेग नौ सो ये भी के आजू के चले तीन तो चलो छिपा नहीं कर सो नहीं बार चौं चने दादी चाला आजू बहुत कुछ जोन चुंगी के तुझे पोजार तंबो न्याट से बंदे कब सुनी गाजो पुकोंजी जोन पंबु के सोंगा के तेंबा दाशी जी बातें चुंगा रेस.
So in the transcendental world, the origin of the Bon teachings could be traced to some like 80 where people used to enjoy a lifespan of 80,000 years, and then it just flourished that time. And then eventually it got into the human realm, where it was actually introduced by some enlightened figures, even predating the founder of Bonism. So that is how it has been actually flourishing until now.
पोजार तंबो न्याट से बोने अने सोंगा के तेंबा गोचो ने.
Well, that's true. And then how it came to Tibet, it starts from the Tibet's king 𝐁𝐡𝐮. From 𝐁𝐡𝐮 onward until now, that is how Bonism started to flourish.
अने पोजार निबा मदद से बोने का से अने पोमरो के सांगा हाजंग के तारही जी बातें जे पेन दिनेश जो चाबी ला सो जोने अने सांगा के दुबदे मोबो जी जोवारे. पोजार निबा मदद से बो मदद से बो पोजार निबा.
So after 𝐁𝐡𝐮 was the second king 𝐿, and during that time actually he promoted the Bon secret mantra very, very extensively.
ता तुझो गोंदे चिवाइना ता पोंबो के सोंगा के चुरेम दोदे चिशुना तेरे अने निबा छोछो के गाजो सांगा के चुंजो दे शेवाइना ता ता par kholo do bi juice tini nga so tomba shekjamini tomba tibyo bo khongi karisong se na songa jungi ke long tembate tunu yungore pena ngane ngini chitong chimanda 다당이 제종 논로라 차종 지샤요 진도네 디니스데 디그레 다당 가서 님 도르딜 마도 쇼도게 메드 아니 다다 빨콜로든 비주 치마세야 디니 간리 송어세나 나는데네 메노네 로네 자도 주니라 하네선데 잡아야 띵비니보 담바히 잠네 샤르제 총삼제 멜레카데르제도 잡고 차히 자히 잡아라 모데 띠노 노저데 트라쇼지 히에제베 ጼ스 조지 셈바 메빌리 롱기다 볼라서바 랑나 두제 노원 조르세 랑나 두제세나 청나 두제 슈거로와 아니 청나 두제게 가와라 송레스 두삼바네 다당가서 싱갈리로도 데 말라에레서 다다 윤로라 바체 조조게 송아 통마르 다신데 데츠기요레
So now to put it in the context, like when did Dharma secret mantra start? So Dharma secret mantra directly refers to Buddhism, and Bon secret mantra refers to Bonism. That's we have to get clear on these two terms. So wherever you use the word Dharma, it refers to Buddhism. Wherever you use the word Bon, it refers to Bonism. And then to put this context, when did Dharma secret mantra flourish? So there is a text. There is a text, tantric scripture. I cannot. Lungkungdi that's chikon laso or chomden deki sangma deki kanjur. The
lungkungdi te deki kanjur pu gopchi kopdi na se par kholo do juse te imara
par kholo barwai jula.
Par kholo do juse.
So this is the name of the tantra, which is actually found in Buddhism. It's a Buddhist tantra. Venerable wants to put it in the context, like with this citation about when Dharma secret mantra flourished. He cites the statement given by the Buddha Shakyamuni. He says, like, hereforth I will be coming back passing away in a certain period of time in a place called Malaya mountain, which is actually identified as Sri Lanka today. So there will be appearing 5 extraordinary practitioners, and then the Vajrapani will appear to them and give the teachings and reveal the secret Dharma mantra teachings. So this way, if you put it in the context, it says Buddhism's secret mantra started later on.
Chama durjige naware se te tadi kondu shuba naje ngaso jigde mig ro mige ani jigde na parga vishe ton de ani ngaso ro mig no so don tidi ke ne sangati chebe de kadu chungare se de saman ta ta pache ngoro rumbuji peman samba konge ne kapsa pache sanga darhi jipate pache tedu 또 나서 뒤로 제바로와 아니 디갑 땅 자와게 초레 가와단 바류 아니 부 디게 초라 바제 초조가 송아 직대 민농어라 지게 체버지야 냠내지야 그 뒤쪽에 바제 되던 곳으로 바진데 와라오래.
So the advent of Vajrayana Buddhism, or the Bon secret, Dharma secret mantra in Tibet, start with Guru Padmasambhava's arrival in Tibet in the 8th century onwards. And it is only this day onwards that Dharma secret mantra started to flourish. But as regards to the Bon secret mantra, it started since the day our human races actually started to flourish.
Atene jiongge dada sangage chungye tuda ne so kondu shibate tene pula dada sangage chujo songa thoma dada ngoro rumbuche kilop chu songa ne kap dawa da ti ne kap de la ya ta 진영의 본부의 송아 자친부 유도하되 다다 추적의 불비용 모부지를 두선올라 아니 그런 부치게 불박에 딘리 온로명아 수위네 값서 가시 본답시 시바 인세 딘리 송겨 요래.
So when Guru Padma Sambhava came to Tibet and the historic great meeting between the three historic ancestors of Tibet, Guru Padma Sambhava, King 𝐿 and Shantarakshita. So during their time, that was the advent of Dharma secret mantra, but this bone secret mantra was actually already flourishing very well then.
Tatura jebane zonde ane ngari mebike anita chujo songa mopochi le ondu ane pena ngoma ngido ngodo pombuge sanga yude ane dipanja nangi ji le barwada ane le ondu sabane parochi la da karijo pardo sanga ke tembade kandichungre se de samane ta pombuge sanga resena khongmachiwaro ane chujo songa yong tawar sena khongmachiwaro Tindi pe mongos chungare. Pena pe terge durab chik seong de sambane sama chik ne ter tong ye kase ji ter tong ye nin ter tong ye la ne chik po me ba ta ane ju me ba tiri mongbo ji chone kepa mongbo ji ke atan dring do lab go ya da chujo re poncho re ni ga la ne sanga ke te ba de chik parso ndre song de ta chik do song ke cha ke mare de na yina ya ko kare yo de khapsong ko changma ji yo na yabo yo wa de me wa chi ani mongbo ji chapse chupse chaware.
So now, when Dharma secret mantra started to flourish in Tibet, then it started to create some confusions between the bone secret mantra, and then people were so confused whether this is Bonism or Buddhism, and then some people use this way, that way, and some scholars said like, oh, this is not right practice, and that is not right practice, and so on. So that there was some kind of a period of chaos, and this is where both Buddhism and Bonism actually suffered a great setback.
Kap David Nona that Chujo Lama Mambuji Mangso Mambuji Sam Nola Ane Zavichani Jagani Chungaina Pe Kareina Yabo in Bikijanochi Ane Purana Yoati in a Kareyama in a pen Carse Memba, the Dua Tiki Chungama Jitumana River Tanjaki Trutopin Zandri Samani you are. And it's a Jamaji thing, and the Jodi, the 𝐂𝐞𝐧, 𝐂𝐞𝐽, Konina Yamleta, Topantome Yomarite, and the chief Pulalum by the 𝐂𝐞𝐧, Namja Mobojura. Tagana Yingi, Kiba, the Moboji, Songa, Yondazola, Kandiji, Jeju Chirisena, they say Sapo, the Pelimbo dose, and the Pozom Rimendos, Pogin Rimen, and the Pugin, Junlo Dozola, Pogenda, Pozonza, Tini, Tani, Tanyendo, Tani, Trimomota. This subject Limbarindo, Javargi, any Junlo. This subject moment, any Jargi, Carse, Puran, it's some jury does it. Tidikata Mobochi Chon, Tama, Kandar Sanga, Yon, Diatang, also not you, but Chucho Sanga in a Poncho Sanga Hinaya, some no Yapus no Hina, the Nrima Rindos, but I pick it.
So, as these two teachers, Bonism and Buddhism started to clash over the ideals, and then some scholars started to make a statement that whatever that came from India, tantric teachings that came from India is authentic, and that is the perfect one, and that's the right one. But what it is that natively existed in Tibet were actually disregarded, and they became an outcast. So this is the kind of rift that started to develop between Bonism and Buddhism there. Actually, if you would look into these two traditions very, very deeply, both Bonism and the Buddhism who taught secret mantra teachings, they are very much aligned to the reality. So they don't actually seem to have any distinction between the two. And therefore, then one of the most kind of a common issues that came up to condemn Buddhism was basically saying like this is a kind of a native religion of Tibet, and they have no further understanding that of Buddhism and so on. And then they even what you call now dished away this native teachings of Tibet, saying like these are some words written by native speakers and writers of Tibet, and it is something done by the Tibetans, created by the Tibetans, and then they didn't value it so much. But now when we scholars dive into it and then study them, we really find not much of a difference between the two.
Sorry to interrupt. I think whenever you have left 2 minutes more.
5 minutes.
Huh?
5 minutes.
2 minutes.
아니 디니 디 땅가서 용라긴 키바 양 키도 몸보지게 따다 디지에서 되네 하고래 다 리기면도서 나가서 상가 디니 반대쪽에 짱마지 냐죠 마정은 리기면도서 배나 보통 렌젠도 가르송서나 론주 드립 담아기 칠리인데 드미긴 되네 세도 칠리인데스 세리 제종 잘만은 칠리히죠 잘만은 세도 sam반에 따상가데 주네 카가지도 sam도서 파 포미도서 가와간 레리노라 다가 나긴 투겐 주님에게 송로 본도 주신 가위 치지줘서 주로 본데 보는 친구들 처음에들 메데 다다 본조 나윈지라 주본 나윈지라 지록 조서 드니 중화래 아니 대야 카요 뭐 짐세제 발갑지라 간데 차와서 내게도 공도 희바네 아니 나봐도 저도 케바 때도 뭐 보지 게 용로 소소 잠지네 사도 좀 때는 동 있어야 뭐 보지 좀 배는 얼굴 보면 두서 bombu ko ne chewa yana to zog na ya a karsen ter ton yana so so tri yawa tindi mo bo chung da ya tro la de wa tindi ani sanga ko chone karse chojo ga on de chewa yana da pena kala warsana nga ba tro yin se ko so so na ga chung ma yara ba to so la ani tre chung ya ko ji nyu ga nga ni ma ka hi no la sanga ge pecha ji sam ge ni se songa ko dru ko ta nga do nga so dong jo nyam ne je ya ko re da ta me je ge tindi ni ma ka hi no chung 딩마치 냐네디 가르세 송아 용정도에 요마라 이나야 다디 가르세 어서네 파르소치 셀리치네 본부기 조네 파 맹타니 주에레 디니치 양카시 요 주조 용도서네 파 타니 또또 조네 디조야거마도 고네 조바르체게 디니마카시 노나 짬도에 용고 요마라 디니 요레 고 빼차드서 논 데레 니마 링와노스 조모 총시 노도 파주 주식 짬스 네 주짬게 있어 상하고 주짬게 있어 니마 링보도 와서 총지 꾸셔서 아니 딘리 정원에 림바견데 딘리 상가 모보진 차르송도 사바네 아니 제서다 케바 모보제게다데 닥텐지로 닥텐지게 딱 가서 본부가 놓으라 가릭 넘버 추전 전생게 닥텐 나와래 디니 다다 잡동 렌칭어서 라마지 중화래 콩게야 디고라 닥텐 제바로 아니 다다 추초공의 시와이나 살라마 이시우 로친 렌진 좀보 뒤럽 쭉직 빙고라 안중베가 고쿠바 레제 저세 포톤 시와우 차로자와 포톤 렌진 드롭 데네 오르카 제롱바 제용보 까마 메주 도제 순방케 보 이시 반주 오 코나바 mombo지게 따닥텐지네 가게 따데 가르세나 티 로자바 치부디니도 자갈라 펩체네 자갈게 펜드다 자 잡지라 아니 샤블로 또네 부공전정라 따다 상가기 요 인디지 배주 제거도 티 아니 티 넘버 투비 온부게 템바 리즈 마레스 따텐지로지 랍드 아니 주로서 부공전정라나 가르치지 리도 와서 가서 자갈 추주롱 바리 지와이나 전템도 추템 니강가는 미주잠이 당에서 인디지 지와이나 서완이는 드기면도서 때 초롱소 초로리도서 부랑이 초로리도서 대상반에 또 부랑의 초로 유대와데 본보마다 요 말이 아니 텐제도래 고소 직 노나 따와서 맞아 딘디다가 요 말이 콩데 아니 콩소소 독사에도 소소대로 통도 못에 대다가 요와 딱 콩소소를 마도 인데 들어라 단이 젠저친 또 여와 되라 땅원에 저전 주라니 강가로 버스 어디나 야데 치와래 딱 빠지 뒤주도고요 Tene nge dada keba de so zong ya ge dada ngalo sunji tinde karsen nzi ya jo mombo jo de so dada ni nge zomsho no cha zong zhe yo ani na ba zong ba zingdu yo ne tine zingro chi sen xue.
Now, there is some statement by later on scholars, even from the Buddhist scholars, who investigated and did researches in the Bonism, the scriptures of Bonism, and so on. And actually, they really didn't find much of a difference. And one fabulous scholar said, like, if you ever, try to differentiate Bonism from Buddhism, or try to say they are two different things, then you are no better than trying to differentiate, it says something like you are no better than differentiating a sheet from shit. So, so that's and then even the later on scholars from Tibet, the translators who all came to Tibet, they gave some kind of analytical presentations that Buddhism doesn't have much difference with that of Buddhism. So it just turned out some sort of a chaos happened because of the initial confusion. So now that has been settled over the centuries. We have a team of scholars in Bon Temple is there, institution of Bonism is also there, and we have this great scholar here. So he says, I couldn't present them all properly because of the time. And also because of my very, very limited translation capacity here, I couldn't provide enough justice to this Geshe-la's wonderful presentation. So if you want to read more, please come to me. I will share this dissertation to you all. Thank you.
Gonda karma chi no la tata de sanga ge yong mombo chi ta takter zirba den drigmo la ya no yong chi no ne ta zawani ne chucho ge no la zawani ne song yo ma la ya de purbi yong de yorda ta chucho ge ke ba da lo za mombo chi ge song warda songare ani ponglo la chiwa ina da ponglo rang ni se ge yo chucho gong de chen da purbi yong de ta da nga zo pombu ge purbi yong sa ge ja chi bo de no zo de Tata Dura Jukjay Nanola, the Pado Tawson in Tonjoji, Prebichon Jure, the me Lama Kuta Dau Segure, and a simple put Zimbu Jiba Ingechi, Lama Zachimbo Chuchon, Konga Terjibara. Do you know that Purpata Chucho, the Poncho Nika, Momboji, Zavanine Carsen, Chucho, Yomar, some Bombo race and the Shiur, Tizukola, that Nege, Prebicola Chesum Tiga Bachura. And the tunnel of Cheton Savi Jiba Trio, Tigala, that the Cheton not under this trio, Tuchina.
So, one concluding remarks from Geshe-la. He has this book published on his research about the Vajrakilaya practice. And this Vajrakilaya practice is actually very popular within Bon tradition. And this one was revealed from treasure by one Bon Tirtan based from Paro Taksang. So you could just see that this great master exchanged the ideas, and then they didn't see much of a difference echo between Bonism and Buddhism's mantrayana. Thank you.
Also, Tashidele to Venerable Densok for your introduction of Bon Buddhism, identifying the origination, defining characteristics, and all. Now, we have last speaker of this session, Venerable 𝐁𝐡𝐮𝐭𝐚𝐧 Ringel. Please correct me if I rightly pronounce your name. Venerable 𝐁𝐡𝐻 currently serves as a researcher at Menri Monastery. He has 15 years of experience in Yundrung Bon tradition and practice, and also he is expert in drawing Zen mandala, and he gradually ascends to the title of Geshe, and among many work experience, he has been the librarian at Yungdrung Library also. So today, he's going to present us theme on the analysis of 9 sadhanas, or the practices that are centered in the Bon tradition. Please join me in welcoming 𝐁𝐡𝐻.
라소다 드렌데 아손로 제레 벤주 콘도네 고레 나신네 간다 데라다 라마투르고레 enen 키바레 건다르 조자와 몽보지 양요노도 enen 넘버 2 처마 나로이나 데렌데 로라 팀마 담보지 아니데 촌디고 토라 냠유제 중아 하조가 보죠 넘버 2 처마라 토마르 참트다시 데레셔이 근데 니게 쉬하게 조이게 ngaso bombu ke ta songa ke junglo mambo je yori te tin lo la ngaso songa jipong nyendop le sam seri ta songa jipong se du songa je yang ta du san ra wote cha de go yori nyendop le sam se du ta nyembi jima go go du bin la jubji le ji chongchen de go se ne ani tin lo la de chen mambo je yori tin lo nge tan da shua te nyembi jima go ko le yin se de shua.
So, greetings to all the eminent scholars and Rinpoches here. And now, as for my presentation is called the Nyempe Shima Gogui Kor. So, the foundation of approach towards enlightenment through a deity. There are 9 of them. And based on this, I'm going to present this. And this actually comes from Sangha Chipung. Sangha Chipung means the secret mantra. All Chi means the general, Pung means to put them together. So all the mantra essences are actually compiled and put together here. So it's kind of a compendium of all the secret teachings. And if you get a little bit elaborate on this, it could be either Nyendrup and Lesum. So there are Nyendrup and Lesum. So this will be talking. Nyen, you are actually approaching towards the deity through recitations, making closer approach to the deities. And then the Drup refers to accomplishment practice. And the lay means like the enlightened activity that you will have to discharge after having gone through this training. So these 3, and among them I will be basically focused on the lay part, right?
La so tene de ta di no lo la da ni bi jimang go go se de yin shu go ya jum sen ro de da pa na so so nga ko la thomar nyam le che du ta cha jen ro ma so ka ri chong go se jo ra pa na so khala je zo ai na khala cha jen ma bu ji chong go ra de de sa nga ke jong nyam le che bar che ba la ani cha jen ro ma so ngon ru ke de chong go ya ke ju chan ro ta zo ngi di ko la shu ya yin de ni ma nyam le ko la da mo bo shu tu go me do la ngaso tu zu thong thong de shu tu ko me do ngi ta da ta ngaso ke song nga yong la thong ma nyam le ro che du an ti cha jen ro di ko shu yin zo ngi ke da di ko la dep ji thi yo re di no la da di nyen do le sam se na cha chong ke to shu xiao je de yon di no la da ngaso bong bu ke kan jur ke no lo la ani long kong ma thong chen ne shu xiao ba che yin den du da di no la de chen thong thong jing ge de na ba so le nyen se shu yin.
So my focus is not the lay, I think Venerable specified. It will be the Nyempa part. Nyempa is actually the preliminary part. For example, if you want to cook a food, you need to mobilize all the necessary items to cook the food. And in a similar way, when you just dive into the practice of the secret mantra, you need to assemble all the peripherals and necessary items that is required to practice this secret mantra. And other part, which I don't have much time to explain, I have this book written on this topic already, so you can read this further, but right now I will just, because I wouldn't be able to talk much on the practice part, so I will just clarify something that is related to the preparatory part, which is just like mobilizing ingredients that is very necessary to do a cooking.
Tene da di ta na ba chun de sha de di to ne jidang di songa ma churam ra uta ma so bombu ke da temba khandi che yin ba na pho ya tu sa de tomba she ra la tu go res te chi de tomba she ra ke ta nga so ma tin di ke mang bo ji song yo res nga so ma sun da je na lo ramdang thamago lo mandaba yungo samno kurton mandaba yungo res pena samno kurton mandaba le ten chene ene pon tendi ma temba tendi ma kantar sanga ina da karena chuk thola na tendi ma ta su ke lo chu lo pa pe ke ene tendi ma mangbo ji song res tendi tanda de da mare thupa go la to de ene karsan pon thipa ram go se ya ta ane nyomo tonga ton de pon go jin zonga se ya ta kantar tendi mangbo ji ma ten yo res tendi nge ti no lo la cho ta thipa na o chipa na nga so pon ke thipa ram ba gu ke ta thipa tho hyo de zoba chen bo she go ri ti o la thipa de la songa she go res ti no lo la nge ma shu go yos.
So now there's one statement according to scripture from Bonism. Buddha Shakyamuni did teach secret mantra teachings, but if you have to get to the ultimate depth of secret mantra teachings, even Lord Buddha need to rely on the Tenpa Shenrab, who was the founder of Bonism. So that is kind of a statement we have it. And all these teachings which I'm presenting here is actually based on the Kanjur teachings of Bonism. And here, how we describe in this text is that there are different varieties of teachings and approach based on the capacities of the sentient beings. So here in Bonism, we talk about 9 vehicle system, and that the 9th one is of course the great perfection, but on the 8th level is actually the secret mantra. So my presentation is actually based on this secret mantra part.
Lazo dene danda ta songa se ya jora son la ya to nga la ya ta ne kon de rishi ji jong song ti no la ta nge ta ne jojik to la ta nga su tong bo songa ko she de son la ya ga re nga la ya ga re se ya jora ti to la ji dang ti la nge mong bo ji ma ta kang dar tom ba chi ra ke song she jo ke na lo la ma ka shi long de shu shu ti no lo la ta pe na de re son la ya ti pe na nga su ji son be la ya jora pena chi chong yo bi jum sen la tin tin ri chen song jo ma res ka sna ta song chong dong chong yo ma yin de song sen so so la chi chong ra wo dong ene nyen ba ra wo ji ti jum se de song jo ma res en sem chen yin che dong se song se sem che yin dong se ka ri song go se na pena song a se ya de ko tik ba thom bo tik ba chen bo ke ke ja he yong de ane tik ba me ba mong bo je ke lo la ma hyong wa yin de an de la lo da je ta yang mong bo je tin de yong ro de ane di lo da je cha de ane bena dikpa mambo che saong go ra jezan ti ki chi de ne song go res ti jum sen chen ne nga so song la ya de kan di je la kon za kan je je la ma song go yo kan di je la nga go yo mi se ya ti nga la ma la ta ma kon da pon ma he bi ton da ten bi ton da ra o to so ke jum sen ane shibra den yo res.
So this book which I have presented also contains elaborate deliberation about the meaning of a secret. And just as my fellow panelist has actually already described, the secret is actually, it's called secret not because you have something to hold as a secret and you are scared of people because that people might come and criticize you kind of thing. It is secret because if you divulge these secret teachings to others, it is not only going to ruin others. So there is no benefit at all. So for that person, in order to protect or for the benefit of not ready disciples, they actually hide this from being divulged out. So said that only those people who are ready to receive these teachings can receive. So the secret here is actually adjective to the mantra, and mantra is the main part or the teachings that comes along that will liberate us.
La so da nge nyimbi jimang go se ate desen go yo res tinal desen tangbo de res ta pena chachen ro songa nyamle che bar chachen chongya ge tangbo de res ta ponse la la nyemba se ore ponse la la nyemba se de ta pena di no la de shi nge lungre je shu shu ane pena kanri je osna suso ke tangbo lama je ten go res pena suso lama ta suso ke zawi lama je kanri na kandar songa gergen je na da lama jana de tin je le ten je ne de ke pena songa nyamle che tong ma shi yong de ene de la yang pena suso online menga sena te ke chembo tse go res ngaso songa nyamle jebar che bala on thop go res ene long thop go re tene ko ma thi tinde nyamle tinde je samlan thombo hyo che ne ene sona nyamle chi go res te jebar che bala ene jesa de la lama je ten go ene ngaso ponse la la nyen ba se ponse se du aso ke pombo ke tumo mai be se ene lama la ponse se go res.
So now as you get to practice this 𝐶𝐴, the mantra part, so first element is actually approaching, making a closer approach to the deity. And here there is exclusive term mentioned here as ponse. This actually, it's a Bon term referring to the guru, the teacher. So you have to find a relevant and a qualified teacher, and through him you have to go about receiving empowerment, transmission, and the pith instructions. And without receiving this, there's no way that we could actually move ahead in our practice. So that is one of the first necessity about going about the practice.
Enta ti nong la mambo ma de shin mambo je ti hore ti shoma go chi nga de sen go de ma tong bong du che gin sten ti su dong son je shu chwa chi ta ni ba de rigden ne la ni ba se hore rigden ne ni ba se ta ta ne la ma tin de ten cha ene da so so ke on long men ga hyu cha bi je su ene sa cha pe na song nga ke nyam le je sa la sa cha la yang mambo je che ba ngen ta de la kong ro mo che ta ene nga so bombo ta da kong bo bo sen ta cha chen bo ze go re tong ba shi ra ke thong ma ra po yo la phep chin ne ane bon non sa da cha de ti par sha ju ina da ga ran yi go ya da yo mar de kang dar pen song da wo yi ta so sa cha de la yang pe mo che ba yo re song nga ke pe na cha bu ke ne cha bu ke ane yong tin drop go na ane cha bu ke ne da ga na ye shi wi ke ne ane ji bi ne on ke ne sa na shi ji on da ke kang dar ne ma da wa mo bo ji ane cha chen tin de so yong ma da wa na la ane tin de mo bo ji ten yo re ten du sa cha nenga je chago re sacha te sola dwa nyamle che sa te ane tin ri sacha je zar go re te chi du ngen de ane pensong sam te yin shuai.
So another practice of the Bonism is actually now it is very important for us to identify the ideal location where you should carry out this kind of a practice. And like the Mount Kailash, which is called as Gang Rinpoche, the precious mountain, it's actually could be imaginary, whatever, but then this is also one of the very important location prescribed in Bon tradition as an ideal location to carry out the practice. So wherever you are practicing, the different tantric sources give you different advices about identification of the ideal location. So ideal location could also be based on different enlightened activities. So there could be peaceful enlightened activities. There is a increasing form of enlightened activities. There is a magnetization form of enlightened activities, and also kind of a more aggressive or a wrathful way of enlightened activity. So based on these activities, you could choose different ideal locations.
Tagana ida sumpa de sende drola nyen ba se ne di ko la cha go yo sende drola nyen ba se da di no la ngen tri sha jo de dambo ta pe na sa cha je za cha bari on lo men ga hyu cha bari da de se sumpa de gari cha go na ane pe na da nyam le chi sal tu je ga ren zong go sa ya jo ra da di la nga so chi kin tu je da pe na so sa jo gong jo tin ren zong go go ra ane de re yo ji ki tu je ane tagana ke nong ke tuje sosu ke da loma ta ane sosu ke ta pena de da ore ta pena nyamle che du sosu ke deba ton zonru ton momba ton tindi mombo che kon zom go re tindi tagana ke ngende la par tanda de khando che ke par hya de yo aso songa ke nyamle che du yo ten che ke khando ton temi khando se na tindi khando sosu tindi ten che ne yo di to ne yang nyamle che du nyamle ke rimba ya le la to la priya ta ane nyamle hyo chen bon roya ke tin ri to la mambo ji zum ya ke tin ri mambo hi ore se song to la je da tin ri ngi di la parte ti shwa yin tin ri ke ta kon da tu jen da to yo ji ki ju ri da na yi ke zon ru ke cha se nga so ka le ja go ya ta ane ro ba ke dro da tin ri ke mambo ji dong ro yong go ri je da ti so zom go ya cha go re.
So another aspect is a third element here is that you need to rely upon a qualified partner, spiritual partner, or a spouse who bears all the eligible or the appropriate characteristics to carry out your practice together. And actually, having said that, the characters and the physical, there are some kind of a physical marks and characters that actually you could visibly notice that. So the person who has that auspicious marks should be chosen. And then that person who has been chosen should be ready to help you to carry out all the inner, outer, and secret practices together. And then that person should have diligence, who is so much of supportive in your spiritual activities, who should be able to mobilize even the requirements of provisions and all, who would be able to mobilizing and help the master to carry on the practice. So these are also some special assets. And then there was a depiction of Dakini image there. It is actually, there are two types of Dakinis we could call, like visualized Dakini and then the real Dakini as well. So either of them, they rely on them, actually it expedites your attainment of the realization.
Penada songa ke yong tindri ke drupa nyamle chi ondu je mombo jen zong go dang indra la pen song zam je torma chi de pampa chi ne tindri sha yos ji dang ke je la ane je mombo ji zong go ya chi ke je dang nong ke je sang we je sna tindri jen khor pampa jen je da ko yong so ke manda wa mombo ji res tin na la da ngin de la pen song ane torma dang pampa tindri sha ba jen de kar sna da je jidang ta yong no la dam da mambo ji teng go res yong lo de so ane di no lo la da de pen chong zam yin de ko ta drupa chi yong de ne di ke ji jian ko da wo de ke zo de so teng go res.
So this takes us to the fourth element, and this is actually mobilizing the necessary provisions. So they are so necessary, just even for the sustenance also, it is actually part of the provisions. And here there are internal, external, and innermost provisions and substances that are very much necessary. So they all have to be mobilized. And without that, actually, you're not able to practice or carry out this. So to symbolize this, I have presented these pictures.
Tenida ngabade sa baje ngabade thalu kon la nyi ba se de ta de jikjin na ba so kan ri sam bari penada ma so sa cha je la tindi ke druba nyam le chi ong de yang di ke pena sa ya sa kan ri je na sa la ko da bo yo re sabda le nyi ko le ke da bo yo chok re sabda ra men da ko nga so ke man thong ba tindi ko so ke da bo ja de nge tindi yo re tindi ke sa no la de yo nga so 한바치네 된지 되잖아. 소소 노바 용야다. 소소게 냠내 제알 바치 용야 된지 용거. 대지도 소소게 녜만다고다. 참다고지. 사가 야로치 능이게디 저런라 참 녜만다고 되. 아니 가 들어와 제세게 사자데 가 야로치세야데 고 된지네 총천다고 쉬 마상 와. 근데 된지 쉬어 디게 참다고 루스도 데 가리스나 다레 들어와 냠내 제게 공사 디게 참다고 고 된지네 고소라. 녜만다고 된지 데리스.
So the fifth element is actually kind of a ransom offering. So wherever a master is trying to practice, that ideal location could be protected. There could be a local spirits who owns that land, and we have to seek permission for that land. And for doing so, that the practitioner must make of his own image and give away, and then create some kind of a award for these local protectors, and then it's just like kind of a seeking permission.
Penangazo, Tapena, now, Nga Tong, Shang Tong, in the Tong, Tindi Mambo, Zuma, Nongi, Kombi, Tola, 디 ngendra party yo de kharsana nga so druba tin ri chembon cho onde ene dik thola diriji mambo jor te pena jan chen rawo ta ene ko ten kharan rawo ton ha tare ke druba nyamle che sa ke ha kari drub go na ti ke yuksan rawo ke ten rawo khomban rawo te re te chi de on de la mambo je so so ke ta drub khon ke thola ane diri ke je cha mambo je de la yang chi kandar di ke go sung khen rawo ta ti no lo la yang
Now the sixth, what do you call the element or the necessities would be like preparing the structure where a house or a mansion or a shrine where the practitioner will be dwelling inside, and then atop this dwelling retreat place, he has to mobilize all these necessary implements and equipments, and they are actually considered as a support for receiving blessings or inviting celestial deities to come and bless you, and also for you to get protected from unnecessary obstacles and so on.
Lazuda di sunga samji nyen pasidu ta tindi ke soso ke droba nyamle kandar songa ke tindi droba nyamle chiondu yang parchi chenke noba chenke mamboji yores ti ke dada nge de pari yeyo ate karisna nga son gosong da ores gosong da da soso noba chenke la gosong mamboji yora cheza te indu di ke gosong da ores ta gosong se de chi ke gosong da ta pena nga so dindi ke penson tindi res yang non ke soso ke namto nyomo patunga to sam susu ke namto tindi ke ta ko no ba mambo je ngora teso ka ya ke soso ke nyamle remba mambo je yongori chilo ke tab ke na pena goson se dio sada lunye tindi ke to la ya ke si pemzo ke nambi to ne ya goson ke ndiri nga su jarchen devge se gores tande khar ho no chon susu so manda ne mekar singi go che mema phagu go che sen ding go che tande so ke namba na o chine ne tindi ke soya te la ya sungwe ke jachen de soina che tsno song sam kata nong ki da nge shwa na jiri ane sungwe ke che ke marek pa se ya te nga so ta susu ke mombi ke tendi ke yang parchi mambo je yong go ra te su ke chonje la o te res.
So the seventh one is actually entrusting the protectors, we will be placing the protectors across the gatekeepers. They are actually, the 4 guardian kings are actually invoked here as a protectors of the gate, as a gatekeeper. And then they will actually enable you to protect you from being harmed by external external obstacle-making spirits like nagas and other kind of spirits also would be rushing at your place to harm and inflict you some sort of disturbances. So in order to protect yourself from them, you need to appoint these guardians, and also they will help you to protect your inner qualities getting distracted, and then you increase your enlightened qualities, whereas wash away your negative qualities. So for that purpose, it is very crucial for a practitioner to guard the gatekeepers, appoint the gatekeepers and seek their support to make your practice very effective.
当说样一等定的健康是对的，他给点有啥着的，查个有的是定的个，但健康定的，但一等用说给mandra不忙不有的是，定的第一个弄了，但变那当不变那健康就养个有那，那当不变那啥查的呀，太教呀当，定的个但健康个说给他个人那第一个沙邦个呀当，那定的个mandra不忙不就有的是定的。健康是做给的，本来他一个他做给他一个啥，刚才说一单个人那第一个健康的，下个人是第二的，那当他第一个当说协商马上呢，说他的有啥给空班着的，那等于是英国人是的，他本来用个这些说娘们几个呢，那第一个变成着的人是。
So the 8th element or the necessity item is the making of the mandala. So mandala is actually, in literal sense, a house of the deity. So you are going to invite the deity to be dwelling in that particular mandala piece. And then this one requires some kind of a ceremonial procedures, a ritualistic procedure, like how to do the, what do you call now, draw the line and all that things. And then based on different deities, there could be different types of mandalas as well. So this is actually very crucial because you are actually going to approach to the deity to come here and then receive its blessing. So you need to create a proper place so that the deity can come and then stay with you. And that is actually the mandala.
Tatamade diri gobe sine ji nyemba sidu. Ane dela ya pena ta susu ke diri nyamle chi yong diri nyamle chi yong du. Ane char du ya pena gobe sine sidu. Yang jar susu ke ta pena nyamle chi chi gona dini man sam mombo je yores ko nyamle rimba mombo je le yong du. Ane yang jar ko susu ke lama ten ya ta dik to la dik ke nyamle rimba ya no ya bo no se gro wa ta nga so dik khala ya noya tong nyamne tindri ke ta chamro simchi rimba mombo ji ma goye tindri mombo ji dogo res ti ke penson ro re te yang su ke lama tindri so nyamne chi on de yang ko so la ji nyamno sharia tang ti ke mombo ji le on de yang lama la kandre shya tang ene lame ke yang damnga ten ya tang ene choron tindri ji chag do na tindri ji yongore chon tindri ji lep so na ene tindri ji chi gore se ya tindri ke ko lamden ra ji. So the
9th element is actually what you call now related to the precepts, where you will have to rely on your teacher at all times. For example, when you are in a retreat, you may experience something extraordinary experiences or signs and symptoms you may even notice. And then you need to frankly share this to your guru or the instructor. And then the instructor will say, oh, this is because you're seeing this, it's because of this, and you got to do this and that, like that kind of advices and instructions will be rendered to you for every kind of encounters or different experiences that you will have to face. So this is totally done by the interference of or consultation with the guru. So that is why the 9th one talks about the relying continuously with the preceptor, the guru.
타체 먼저 말어서야 남아서 가래 스바리 제동 다리디 이디 토마디 게게 좀 걸라 단다 숑숑게 가서 본보게 온도 제바이나 로주시당 온도 제바이나 제동 본보 지부게 게자 말이 다 간다 가서 토마르게 보예게 중앙도데 숑숑 게 이게 되더니 마 중화리서야 돼 이디 토라 트리시요 대자 타체 메로 마로스디 ane 숑숑 게 온나 ane 트라시소 시비 당리 대지도 ane 트라시소 스테네 데니젠 참 야게 있어 ane 남아서 처음 ane 투지 체스트 휴아이
Now I would like to conclude my presentation here. I'm forced to conclude. And I would conclude by chanting this word, Tachen Mutsuk Maro. And Tachen Mutsuk Maro is actually Tashi Parjurchi, Tashi Sho, right? So this is actually one native language of Zhangzhung. And this Zhangzhung dialect is actually the very source that today's scholars consider it has been based where this Tibetan headed letter, where more relevantly in Bhutan we call Tsugik. The Tsugik is actually originated or based upon. So Tachen Mutsuk Maro is Tashidelek anyway. So thank you.
Also, thank you, Venerable Geshe Atong Rinchen Gelsen. With this, we come to the end of this session. And just to quickly wrap up, we are very thankful to Dr. Champa Chofel, Geshe Ma Pinso Tsulzin, Venerable Tensok, and Venerable Geshe Atong Rinpoche for bringing up different topics ranging from astronomical conclusions identifying the defining characteristics of Vajrayana in Bonism, and also finally introducing the 9 approaches of sadhanas while seeking divine interpretations from the divine God. So this all are very much relevant to this, our world of this 21st century, where this divine power and blessings are very much needed to enhance our life with fulfilling all our wishes, and particularly to know the secrecy of the Vajrayana traditions, which the 3 venerables have pointed out, what is sacred, why it has been kept sacred, and in what way it is kept sacred, and through what evidence. So I think secrecy lies within ourselves, not in the object of Vajrayana itself. So we must be deemed appropriate, we must become ourselves appropriate, or the right vehicle or vessel to receive the Vajrayana teachings or practices. Otherwise, it will become like a poison. Correct me if the peacock eats poison or not. It is said that peacock eats poison, but when it eats, the peacock gets more radiance and more beautiful. Likewise, we should be deemed fit like a peacock to receive, to embrace, and to practice the Vajrayana practices. Otherwise, it will become like a destructive tool to destroy ourselves and to harm ourselves and others. So this is how the 3 venerable reminds us that why and what makes this Vajrayana sacred. Thank you. And if time allows, I think we'll see if there are any questions. I think we'll take 1 or 2. Venerable, you can directly, you can ask your question directly to the panelist.
Nasrullah. I will not take time. I'll just directly ask the question to Dr. Chabal Samdinla. As you mentioned, out of 32 breaths, only 1 is the wisdom wind. So how can we recognize the wisdom wind? Please explain that.
So this is not in my domain. This is for the people like you who do meditations, because I try to understand how to differentiate this wisdom wind through medical practitioners, even though they are not able to give answer to my questions. So yesterday I got an opportunity to meet Dorji Lobeng Rinpoche, and I asked that same question to Dorji Lobeng Rinpoche, and Dorji Lobeng Rinpoche said that, but not in this Yishilungs, but in another context. So I think that meditations practitioners, they have this potential to answers, and this is not in my domains. I am only in the calculations form, like a CA in normal government business.
If anyone in the audience can answer. I think we'll continue with this topic. Before we break for the tea break, let's give a huge applause to our interpreter, 𝐭𝐤𝐿 𝐿 See, he's the only lone expert in Tibetan. Thank you, and we'll break for tea break now.
Can you? I'm the speaker for next session, just to make sure the PowerPoint is okay. Okay, sir. Do you have PowerPoint, ma'am?
No, I already sent to you email last night.
Ma'am, pim dim bise dong, sir.
Hello, hello. I'm Chibila. Okay.
That means morning rain or afternoon this is like.
Kagi morning. Nige before lunch ni, after lunch ni. Okay. Hello. Do you have a session here?
first bell is 2 minutes of closing. When you ring the bell for the time.
Questi girami.
Is this the question you have? Is this a question you have in mind? Yeah, thank you for letting us know. Yeah, I think she has.
okay for me to stay here? That's fine. Yeah.
Laszlo, very good afternoon. Since people are still walking in, we've waited for a few minutes, but in the interest of time, we thought we'd go ahead with our introductions. Welcome to everyone. This session's theme is Beyond the Ordinary Mind, when psychology meets contemplation. The session will be chaired by Dr. David Lees. Dr. Lees is a senior lecturer, graduate research coordinator, and sustainability lead at the University of Tasmania School of Nursing in Australia. David has a clinical background in mental health nursing, and his teaching and research focuses on the promotion of recovery-oriented mental health care and suicide prevention, highlighting the importance of person-centered, strength-focused interpersonal engagement. David's research has included evaluation of numerous suicide prevention programs, as well as the use of a mindfulness-based intervention to reduce stress and burnout in aged care staff. David is a yoga teacher and delivers weekly mindfulness practice sessions for university staff and students. Across these domains, David's work reinforces that there is a clear relationship between mindfulness and improved individual and collective mental health and well-being outcomes. I'm privileged to offer the floor to Dr. David. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, and good morning. It's a real honor to be here today with you. And I'm really looking forward to these next three speakers. So what we're about to hear about is contemporary applications of mindfulness and meditation in psychological and healthcare practice. And these three speakers will look at that in different contexts. So these kind of contemporary applications highlight the universal relevance of mindfulness and meditation. And I think what we're going to touch on is that they also challenge us to carefully consider how can this integration, these contemporary applications, be done appropriately and successfully. So I'll tell you a little bit about our speakers. First up will be Professor Pierre Philippot, who is Professor of Clinical Psychology at the University of Louvain, Belgium, where he is affiliated to the research group Emotion and Clinical Psychology. Philippe's teaching and research domains cover emotion and psychotherapy with a focus on how emotional processes affect mental health. Pierre has founded and is presently directing a clinical centre specialised in the treatment of psychological disorders in his home university, where he is also directing the postgraduate trainings in psychotherapy as well as in mindfulness-based interventions. And then our second speaker is Maggie Zhao. So Maggie is an academic at the University of Hong Kong and former president of International Positive Psychology Association Education Division. Her work centres on human well-being and learning approached through a lens that integrates psychology, education, humanities, health science, and data science. She is also passionate about bridging Buddhism and psychology and helping others thrive. Dr. Zhao serves on the Global Flourishing Conferences Program Advisory Council and various local and international boards. And then our third speaker today will be Mien Mien Ong. Mien Mien is a Myanmar national and a dedicated Dharma teacher, artist, writer, and engineer who has lived in Singapore for nearly 3 decades. She leads youth meditation classes and shares Buddhist teachings with diverse communities. Her engineering background provides strong analytical skills that enrich her Buddhist study, teaching, and meditation approach. Her research interests include Buddhist manuscripts, comparative studies of Buddhist traditions, and modern science. Her current research interest is the effects of meditation on brain activity and well-being, particularly the Buddhist maps of mind and body. She aims to connect traditional Buddhist understandings of the thought process with contemporary neuroplasticity and contemplative neuroscience insights, including how meditation influences brain function and cognitive development. All right, so let's get straight on and hear from Pierre. Pierre. No. I don't think it's...
Okay, oops. Well, good late morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to make a positioning statement. So, as presented, I'm a clinical psychologist who is using mindfulness training with the aim of improving mental health. So I'm working in a secular setting, in a secular perspective, but I fully respect and I'm deeply grateful to the spiritual traditions that nourishes mindfulness teaching and practice. This being said, I'm not a meditation expert as such, at least in a spiritual perspective. My expertise lies more with emotion and clinical interventions. So, yeah, okay. In clinical psychology, there have been a reflection in the last, I would say, 20 years about what is really the root of mental suffering from a clinical psychology perspective. And one model has been proposed by great and famous colleague, David Barlow, that I will present to you now. Oh, oops, sorry. Trying to see if I can have a pointer. Okay. So in this model, what is stated is that if we expect to experience something negative, if we have an attitude toward this forthcoming experience as something that will be intolerable or unacceptable to us, the most immediate and natural reaction is to try to avoid making this experience or to try to suppress or diminish the intensity of the experience. The problem that arises in people who present clinical condition is that we have a failure of the suppression for different type of reasons. In clinical psychology, we consider that emotions are signal, important signal. Maybe sometimes they are false alarm, maybe sometimes they are really pointing to that something important is at stake in terms of goal or value that are related to what we are trying to develop. And that if we are ignoring and suppressing emotion, we are not able to hear the potential message that emotion is delivering to us. And so we are not in a situation where we can act on the situation in order to change the condition. So it means that the situation will reproduce itself and that the emotion will be triggered again and again and again. And there is also the fact that emotion is an inner phenomenon and that you can avoid external phenomenon, but it's much more difficult to avoid an inner phenomenon. So for all these reasons, there is a failure of this suppression that just reactivates this negative affect. To give you a concrete example, I had a patient who was experiencing a very traumatic grief, and actually for complex reasons I will not explain here, she had nobody to speak about her loss. And she was so afraid of her sadness that she was avoiding a lot of things. She was thinking that if she let sadness come in, the intensity of the emotion would be so strong that she would lose her personal balance forever. She was even thinking that there would be something in her brain, in her neuron connection, that might be definitely damaged. So she was avoiding. What was she doing? They were both musicians, her deceased companion and her, and she stopped playing music. She was a violinist. She stopped playing music. She stopped listening to the radio. She stopped listening to the television. Also, they were having different activities together. She stopped having all these activities. So this means that she was in a situation where she was losing all kinds of activities that were nourishing her, that were, how to say, forgot the word in English. Well, anyway, that were making her more resilient in front of stress, so she was losing all this. And also she had a lot of time to be hyper-alert about any thoughts or signs that the memory of diseased companion would come back. So she had intrusion and memories that were popping out, and she was experiencing intense fear in this situation. So this is the vicious circle depicted in the model. And in answer to this vicious circle, there is a virtuous way out of it. And the virtuous way is about changing our attitudes toward emotional experience. Rather than considering it as something that I do not want to experience, it's to open to the experience. That means to allow the experience to resonate in ourselves in order to be able to listen to what the emotion is telling us, and then in order to be able to act according to what our value or goals are as denoted by the emotion. Okay? So this is a very important basic model nowadays in clinical psychology. And why would mindfulness would be a solution here? Well, mindfulness help people in developing emotional acceptance. Mindfulness help people to diffuse from their immediate emotional reaction. At the behavioral level, mindfulness teaches not to act, not to do what the emotion tells us to do, but just to withhold and to diffuse from this action tendency. At the cognitive level, also, it teaches us to consider our thoughts as mental phenomena and not as depiction of realities. At the physiological level, too, mindfulness teaches us to maintain physical balance in the posture, also in the yoga type of exercise. And foremost, from a psychological point of view, mindfulness would help people to develop emotional awareness, and by developing emotional awareness, to connect better with their goals and values. And in this context, with my colleagues, we tried to develop a simple model of mindfulness in order to help clinical psychologists to understand how mindfulness might work and how to instruct mindfulness in a clinical setting. So, how does mindfulness accomplish that? At the center of mindfulness, there is this centration on the present moment experience. And how do we accomplish that? Is by mobilizing different psychological capacity. A big part of it is attentional control. We have to be able to notice when our mind is captured automatically by something, to be able to disengage from this automatic capture and to re-engage our attention on present moment experience. And this is something that is heavily trained in mindfulness. There are a lot of studies showing that indeed mindfulness have impact on attentional processes. Another aspect is the inhibition of the prepotent response, the automatic response. Emotion generates action tendency. Emotion pushes to do things. And in mindfulness, we learn to inhibit this in order for the emotional experience to unfold so that we can learn from it. To take the example of anger, if I'm angry and if I'm acting out my anger, sometimes I may not even be really aware of what is at stake there. Why am I really angry? So the idea here is to allow anger to be there, not to act anger, to let the experience unfold in ourselves, and to be in a situation where we will be able to be aware of the goal or the value or the role that are threatened in this anger experience. Another important thing in mindfulness is that it changes our attitudes toward ourselves. First, it's learned, it's teach people to diffuse from their self, and this has been deeply elaborated in previous talks. But also, in mindfulness training, at least from a psychological perspective, a big challenge is to teach people to accept the painful experience that we all feel when we notice the gap between who we are and who we would ideally want to be. So we are not the ideal we want to be. And when we are doing mindfulness practice, this really is brought to our face sometimes quite violently. And we have to develop self-acceptance and self-compassion in order to accept this gap. So, we are mobilizing this psychological capacity in order to be centered on our immediate experience, and this centration allows us to develop our emotional awareness and our self-awareness. And by developing this awareness, we are also developing awareness about our goals and value. Why? Because emotions are triggered by the fact that we perceive, correctly or wrongly, but that we perceive that there is something at stake with something important for us in terms of value, our role, and our goal. So being aware of emotion teaches us about what our values are, what are the important goals are. And so it allows us to engage more in valued action, to have a more ethical behavior. This is also made more easy. This is easiest because we are inhibiting automatic response, so we are in a position where we can take more. I still have 5 minutes. Okay. Where we can take more deliberate action rather than immediate reaction. And very importantly, the fact that we are aware of ourselves, of our value, and that we may act more according to our value will also impact on the way we perceive ourselves. So there is here several virtuous circles that are put. And how does this relate now to psychopathology? Well, the most important thing you saw in the model I presented is that emotional avoidance or emotional repression. And here, by centering on our present experience, we are actually making what we call a psychologist's experiential exposure. So it means that we are not avoiding painful emotion anymore. We are allowing them to be there, but with a specific attitude. Also, when we develop our capacity of inhibition, it means that we work on impulsivity. And impulsivity, it's also an important issue in mental health. By attention control, we also work on rumination, and we have data on this. We work on rumination, and this has been mentioned by, I think, basically all the speakers yesterday, that rumination was problematic in our balance. We also work on attentional bias. When we are anxious, we tend to concentrate on threats. When we are depressed, we tend to concentrate on depressing things. And by relocating our attention on present moment, we are countering this bias. Change on the self brings more self-acceptance. And finally, we are changing profoundly the way we see ourselves through the fact that there is this action through experiential avoidance, and the fact that working on attentional bias will also impact on our memory and evaluative bias, because we can only memorize things that we focus on. And also, when we make an evaluation, we make an evaluation on the data we have at the time. So we have if we have an attentional bias, we select data that will bias our judgment too. Okay, I think it's time for me now to stop if I want to keep track with time. So what I wanted to show is that mindfulness training might have a very important effect on core mechanism in psychopathology, and that hopefully this model might help a practitioner in order to see when mindfulness is indicated and how to instruct it in clinical setting. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I think you've done so well to really get to the heart of how mindfulness practices can help, and also giving those examples, those little case examples you do. It also points to the huge need, and we know there's a huge level of need for more effective mental health care and psychology. So thanks very much for that. Next up is Maggie.
Thank you, David, and Khun Su Jampala, everyone. I'm It's such a great honor and pleasure to be here at the conference among the deep holders of wisdom. I'm Maggie Zhao from University of Hong Kong. Like the first speaker, I'm also not a Buddhist scholar, but my field is psychology. I'm a positive psychologist and a well-being scientist. I've been studying happiness and well-being and human flourishing for more than 10 years, and today I hope to offer a perspective of psychology about mindfulness for happiness and harmony, and to do so with deep respect for the Buddhist wisdom, especially Vajrayana. The teachings really had a profound influence on me. Some of you may have noticed that photo. This is the photo I took last year when I visited Punakha Dzong in Bhutan. The Dzong standing at the confluence of two rivers. Feel like to me like a metaphor for my talk that is about bridging the Buddhist wisdom and the psychological science. So my journey with mindfulness began with not just the lecture halls or research labs, but also meditation cushions. Through doing retreats and listening to many Dharma talks, mindfulness to me become not just an intervention or a technique, it is a way of living. So today I share from the intersection between the East and the West, just like myself as an Asian-based researcher and got training in the West. And also I hope to bring the perspective from my scholarly work, my reflections, and also my personal experience. So what is mindfulness? Whether we come from the lens of the Dharma or psychology, mindfulness invites us to pay attention, not just to what we are doing, but to how we are being. As 𝐿𝐶 Rinpoche in the Bhutan Innovation Forum said, acknowledging that we have a mind is the foundation for mindfulness. To me, the scientific language of psychology and the lived wisdom of Buddhism are not separate worlds. They are different ways of seeing, and each offers insights that could enrich the other. So when we speak of mindfulness today, we often hear it in circular contexts, used to reduce stress or improve focus, but the roots goes much deeper. So in the Pali Canon, sati or mindfulness is not just about present moment awareness. It is an essential part of the holistic path, one that includes ethical conduct, meditation, wisdom, and compassion. This path is aimed at not just for feeling good, but also about seeing clearly, living ethically, and then ultimately freeing the mind. So across various Buddhist traditions, mindfulness is practiced in the context of larger aims like awakening, liberation, and compassionate action. Especially in Vajrayana, as practiced here, mindfulness offered powerful methods to transcend duality with a pure perception. And in recent decades, contemporary science, particularly psychology, has begun to engage deeply with these traditions. We now see, for example, mindfulness-based interventions being used in healthcare, in education, and in therapy, with research showing the benefits for stress reduction, emotion regulation, attention, and even about brain plasticity. So this is where I see a useful metaphor analogy that I like to think of psychology is a little bit like a Western medicine. It is focused, evidence-based, often offer a quick fix for the daily struggles. From the lens of relative and ultimate truths, we might say psychology operates more at a relative level, offering tools to help people to cope, to function, and to grow in the daily life. So mindfulness is often framed as a tool for reducing stress, anxiety, and depression. But while this is true, but this is not the full picture. This is only part of the picture. Just as well-being is not the absence of ill-being, alleviating suffering is not the same as nurturing flourishing. So in one of my papers, I explored the relationship between surviving and the thriving, and I found the thriving and so ill-being and well-being, they are related, but they are distinct from each other. So rather than seeing mindfulness as a way to fix what is wrong, we can start seeing it as a way to nurture what is right, to build inner wisdom for lasting happiness. And also in recent years, research has started to explore the positive psychology side of mindfulness, its role particularly in fostering well-being and thriving. Positive psychology defines happiness not just as positive emotions, but also involves, for example, meaning, engagement, relationship, and accomplishment. Also, studies have shown that regular mindfulness practice is linked to greater life satisfaction, emotional balance, a stronger sense of purpose, and compassionate relationships. So mindfulness is not just a tool for alleviating suffering, but as a pathway for promoting human flourishing. That said, more research is needed to understand the full range of benefits mindfulness offers. So mindfulness not just offers the healing benefit, but also it has potential for flourishing. And in particularly, the role of harmony, a concept deeply rooted in traditional mindfulness teachings, has been underexplored in the contemporary psychological science. So it presents a rich opportunity for future work. Now let's turn to the idea of harmony, a quality that sits at the heart of many wisdom traditions, but has received little attention in psychology. In Buddhist thought, harmony arises through right conduct and balanced living. When we let go greed, hatred, and delusion, the mind becomes more open, more settled, and more connected. Also, harmony doesn't stop at the individual level, it extends outward. There is a profound understanding of interdependentness or interconnectedness, which invite us to live in ways that are aligned with our non-harming, not only toward others, but also towards the nature. So harmony is cultivated both within the self and also beyond the self, bridging the mind and the heart, the personal, the interpersonal, and even the ecological. And recently, positive psychology is beginning to catch up. Research shows that harmony is universally valued across cultures. It is closely linked to well-being and flourishing, mental health and sustainability. And despite this very important content, but harmony remains understudied and under-recognized in the study of psychology. So this gap suggests a real opportunity to bring the Asian wisdom and modern science into deeper dialogue so that we can better understand how harmony contributes to flourishing at every level of human experience. Also, throughout the conference, harmony is the word that comes again and again from the opening dinner to the presentations yesterday. Here is how I define harmony. This is a framework about harmony I've been recently developed to understand harmony not just as a feeling, but really as a core dimension of human flourishing. And I see harmony has three core facets or elements. The first one, I call it the coexistence, which is about peaceful and respectful presence with mutual respect and acknowledgement. It's the ground of non-harming and compassionate awareness. And my second facet is coherence. It's more about the resonance, the resonant alignments, and the unity. So I consider myself as part of the greater whole. And the third element is continuity. It's really about the dynamic process of adaptation, balance, and sustainability. So together, the three facets offers a fuller picture about harmony, not as something stillness, but really as a dynamic process, as an active and evolving way of living. Also, these three facets operate at three levels. I call them me harmony, we harmony, and the eco harmony. So now I invite you to take a breath, to gently bring your mind about what harmony means to you within yourself, with others, and with the nature. And let me give you some example here. One is about we harmony. So in Buddhist villages, neighbors really naturally support each other. Really, I feel the community flows like a family, really strong sense of trust and interconnected well-being here. Also, Bhutan offers a powerful example of eco-harmony, being carbon negative and also protecting the species like the black-necked cranes really well. So far we've looked at harmony as a key dimension of human flourishing. Let's also explore how mindfulness and harmony connect theoretically, empirically, and culturally. Theoretically, mindfulness has often been promoted in psychology as a tool for stress reduction or emotional regulation. But if we return to the roots in Buddha's teachings, mindfulness is far more than that. It is a pathway for a harmonious way of being. Mindfulness is not just a means for surviving modern life, but a foundation for living in balance with ourselves, with others, and the world. Like I mentioned, it doesn't only offer healing benefits, but also about flourishing. Empirically, studies have shown that mindfulness supports a wide range of benefits, not only effectively, like an increase over emotional resilience, but also cognitive benefits, such as attentional stability and behavior outcomes, like reduced aggression, greater self-control, social effects like empathy, compassion, thank you, and even environmental engagement, like a greater sense of connection with nature. And of course, these dynamics are shaped by culture. So in Western psychological models, mindfulness is often framed within the lens of individualism, emphasizing personal regulation and personal independence. In the East, traditional Eastern frameworks place mindfulness within the web of interconnectedness, interdependence, where the mind is cultivated not just for the self, but for the benefit of all beings. So West and East traditions, each has different focus. One is more me-oriented, the other is we-oriented focus. This cultural difference can shape how we understand, teach, and apply mindfulness. A more integrated approach, drawing from both empirical science and contemplative wisdom, can help us better understand and appreciate mindfulness as a culturally grounded and a context-sensitive pathway to harmony. Towards the end of my talk, I would like to share two broad invitations toward a vision of co-flourishing, where mindfulness nurtures harmony not just within, but beyond the individual. The first invitation is about to integrate contemplative wisdom and science. There is deep potential in bringing together the insights of contemplative tradition and the scientific inquiry. Dialogue between these worlds invites us to explore not just what works, but why and for whom. Scientific methods can help clarify and communicate the transformative power of this practice, while lived experience ensures that we don't lose the depths and also the nuances. So we need both data and the depths, both meaning and the method. The second invitation is to collaborate to support global and planetary flourishing. Mindfulness that fosters harmony does not stop at the self level. It extends into our systems, how we care for our community, the earth, the future generations. Bhutan's gross national happiness has shown the world what this looks like in action. This is not just personal practice, it's planetary care, planetary flourishing. And this broader view of mindfulness invites us to rethink flourishing as something we do together. Recently, I had a chance to write a short piece for Nature, calling for stronger global collaboration around shared human flourishing. It will be published soon. I'm really delighted to first share this here with all of you. So as I come to the end of my talk, I want to return to the heart of it. This path bringing Buddhism, wisdom, and the psychological science is not just only about the ideas or research. It's about remembering our shared humanity, our shared planet, and the possibility of shared flourishing. Mindfulness, when rooted in harmony, become more than a practice. It becomes a way of being together, not just about surviving is about thriving collectively, wisely, and compassionately. So if you would like to stay in touch or collaborate on research or continue this dialogue, you're welcome to scan the QR code here. And thank you again. May we walk this path of harmonious, flourishing together in heart and in action. And 𝐿𝐶.
Thank you, Maggie. That was just wonderful, and I think just so clearly and so direct to the heart of how can contemporary interpretations maintain the depth and honor the roots of mindfulness and meditation. I think this focus on values like harmony, it's exactly what is needed. So thank you so much. So next up we have Mien Mien Ong. Thank you, Mien Mien.
Thank you. Namo tassa bhagavato. Sorry. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. I respectfully pay homage to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Welcome to my presentation. I extend my respectful greetings to the venerable members of Sangha, distinguished professors, scholars, speakers, and all respected guests and participants. I'm honored to share my research on how Vipassana insight meditation intersects with modern neuroscience and Theravada Buddhist psychology to offer fresh perspectives on pain management. This study combines EEG, electroencephalography analysis, and Buddhist models to better understand how meditation alters pain perception. Unlike conventional treatments that focus primarily on physical symptoms, meditation addresses the cognitive and emotional dimensions of pain. It offers a holistic approach, reshaping how individuals experience and respond to pain by understanding thought patterns and cognitive layers. So, despite growing interest in meditation, there is still limited research specifically on how Buddhist psychological Abhidhamma model of cognitive processing related to brain activity. This study examines how insight meditation Vipassana affects EEG patterns, particularly gamma activity and diaphragmatic network, DMN connectivity, to understand its role in helping individuals cognitively distancing themselves from pain. The purpose of this research is to integrate Eastern contemplative tradition with Western neuroscience by analyzing EEG brainwave activity during insight meditation. It aims to explore the cognitive process from the Theravada Abhidhamma perspectives on active meditative thought processes. It is called 𝐷𝐷 in Pali. It presents how meditation transforms pain perception, not physically, but cognitively, and a comprehensive framework for understanding the mind-body connection in pain elevation. So pain is more than physical sensation. It is shaped by emotional and cognitive factors such as anxiety, attention, and negative thinking. Yet most medical treatments focus only on physical symptoms. So insight meditation offers a non-invasive mind-body approach. It helps individuals develop awareness, emotional balance, and cognitive balancing, reducing both pain intensity and psychological distress. So by altering brain wave patterns and self-referential thought processes, Meditation supports a more integrated model of pain relief, merging traditional Buddhist psychology with scientific understanding. EEG research shows that meditation enhances gamma wave activity linked to focus and neural integration. It is also reduced DMN activity. DMN active is thinking about yourself, chewing over the past, worry about the future. Basically, when you are caught up in self-talk. So when DMN activities goes down, less mental energy is going into those kind of self-centered rumination and emotional distress that really amplify your suffering. So this is EEG brainwaves in meditation. It's the very famous Richard Davidson University of Wisconsin research for these EEG and brainwaves in meditation. So according to Theravada Abhidhamma, the brain is not seen as the origin or seat of consciousness. Instead, the mind is understood as a rapid stream of fleeting mental events called 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡as in Pali. These 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡as arise, perform their respective functions, and dissolve moment by moment, so quickly that they appear continuous like frames in a film. So each 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡a arises with accompanying mental fetters and is always directed toward an object. 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡a is something with the help of which the other concomitants know the object. A cognitive process, it is called 𝐷𝐷i in Pali, refers to a structured fixed series of 17 thought moments that occur when 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡a arises, cognizing an object at the sense doors or mind door. They do not occur at a random or in isolation, but as phases in a series of discrete cognitive events leading one to the other in a regular and uniform order. This order is called 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡a niyama, according to the Buddhist commentary, the fixed order of consciousness. For example, intense physical pain triggers body sense door thought process, a fixed sequence of 𝐶𝐴𝐻𝑡as that unfold so rapidly it gives the illusion of a single continuous experience. Since there can be billions of thought moments in one snap of the fingers, we can imagine how many thought moments arise during the process of seeing or hearing or touching. So let's take a closer look at how the mind experiences pain, especially through the lens of Theravada Abhidhamma model. Imagine getting a headache. At first, the body simply touches the tangible object. This is bare contact through body consciousness. At this stage, there is no recognition, no judgment or whether it is pain or comfort. The mind takes only one object at a time. After contact, the object disappears and thinking arises. The object then reappears through recollection, shifting to the mind door process. In Pali, we call manodwara viti. Over successive thought moments, the mind begins to label and interpret the experience. Oh, it is very sharp pain, very distressing, something like that. The first two cognitive processes reflect direct awareness. So it is ultimate reality. The next two involve conceptualization, naming, evaluation. Names, reaction, and emotional labels like, oh, very sharp, pain, restless, or unbearable arise during these mental processes, not in the initial context. These reactions turn a simple physical experience into suffering. So all of this happened incredibly very, very fast. Just now I mentioned billions of thought movements can arise in the time it takes to snap your fingers. Most of it goes unnoticed unless we develop sharp mindfulness. This is why meditation is so valuable. By slowing down and observing those processes with mindfulness and clear comprehension, we begin to notice how we add layers of emotional reaction to raw sensation. Through clear awareness, we can interrupt this chain and reduce suffering. The Abhidhamma gives us a detailed map of this mental territory. And through meditation, we start to experience it directly, not just as theory, but as lived insight. So Vipassana inside meditation emphasizes a non-reactive moment-to-moment awareness of bodily sensations and mental events. One of the key psychological benefits developed through Vipassana is cognitive distancing. This means we can step back from our thoughts and emotions, in this case, for painful ones, without getting caught in them. It helps us observe pain without adding emotional suffering. So this is beautifully illustrated in two important Buddhist discourses. In the Nakulapita Sutta, the Buddha tells an aging layman that even though the body is sick, the mind doesn't have to suffer if it doesn't cling. In the Sala Sutta, the Buddha uses the metaphor of two arrows. The first arrow is physical pain and avoidable, but the second arrow is mental suffering caused by our own action. Vipassana trains us not to shoot that second arrow. Of course, we cannot avoid the first arrow of physical pain, but we can avoid the second arrow, suffering caused by mental resistance. When there is a painful sensation and physical suffering, if mindfulness is absent, the latent tendency toward aversion is automatically activated. This results in unpleasant feelings that lead to mental suffering. In response, we hope to reduce the pain and yearn for pleasant sensation, which leads to craving again. So with mindfulness, we see pain arise and pass away without identifying with it. Over time, this reduces the power of deep-rooted tendency, in Pali we call anusaya, that unconsciously drive our emotional habits. This is why insight meditation is so transformative. It helps us respond rather than react. And over time, it softens the emotional patterns that fuel our suffering. So the takeaway here is insight meditation doesn't make pain disappear, but it gives us space between the stimulus and our reaction. And that space is where healing begins. So this slide focuses on the core mechanism behind insight meditation, which is called wise attention. In Pali, we say yoniso manasi kara. In Vipassana meditation, we aim to observe the nature of both material and mental phenomena as they arise within our body and mind. Physically, we notice sensation. Mentally, we observe acts of awareness. The quality of our attention, whether it is wise or unwise, directly influences whether our reaction will be wholesome or unwholesome. So it is not just the object we experience that matters, but how we attend to it. That wise attention is the root condition for developing insight and breaking the cycle of suffering. Abhidhamma explains that three key thought moments within a cognitive process are especially important for practicing insight meditation. These are the three key thought moments: the 5 door adverting consciousness, the determining consciousness and the mind or adverting consciousness. So those occur within when an object, such as pain, is perceived at the bodily sense door and then reflected upon in the mind. Through repeated observation of these mental movements, the meditator comes to understand the object not as mind pain, but simply as impermanent and satisfactory and not self, the three universal characteristics. So at this stage of observation, the meditator perceives them as they truly are. Sometimes perception may not completely cease easily, of course. The meditator still experiences all phenomena and may continue to recognize conventional concepts. But as they advance into deeper levels of equanimity and insight, these recognition gradually fade. Concepts of individuals, beings, or forms no longer appear. Similarly, perception of things as lovable or hateable fade away. Only ultimate realities became apparent. They came to know simply that, oh, touching is just touching, not my headache, without clinging or aversion. The mind no longer engages in constructing or reacting to perception. This reflects the essence of Bahya Sutta. Seeing is just seeing, hearing is just hearing, smelling is just smelling, tasting is just tasting, touching is just touching. This is the essence of practicing insight meditation. So, it should be noted that this paper does not provide a detailed explanation of specific Abhidhamma technical terms of the cognitive process. This research explores an interdisciplinary approach between ancient Buddhist psychological models and contemporary scientific understanding. Future research may explore the intersection between Abhidhamma thought processes in details and modern neuroscience by examining brain activity related to cognitive events described in the 𝐷𝐷 process Abhidhamma model, supported by experimental clinical data such as EEG and neuroimaging. So, conclusion, meditation doesn't erase pain. It transforms our relationship to it. This clarity is what breaks the pain cycle. Thank you so much for all your attention.
Thank you so much, Mian Mian. Again, really interesting, insightful ideas about some of the processes involved here. And the other thing that you touched on that I think is really interesting is not only the potential for mindfulness and meditation practices to address very specific and important issues such as pain or mental health issues, but also the potential for, as it is being practiced, to have broader benefits for that person that may flow out to other aspects of their lives. So, yeah, thank you so much. I think do we have about 10 minutes for questions now? Yeah, so we have 10 minutes for questions. So if you'd like to ask a question, then, yeah, please raise your hand. And maybe we can have a microphone down the front. Are there any microphones available? Do we have a microphone available, or you could come up to the front just so the audience can hear as well? It's just coming. There's a microphone just. All right, thanks.
Sorry to take the stage. Professor Piliput, you gave a very succinct description, the theoretical basis of mindfulness and emotional regulation, distress tolerance. I want to hear from you some of the practical experiences with your research on mindfulness in Belgium, especially in your university. I mean, if you can take us through how far you are in that business of the research. Where are you at this stage? Thank you.
Well, we are all interdependent, also in research, so we are just relying on the connection and research that are done all over the world now. In Louvain, we have concentrated more on rumination. Mental rumination is really a topic I'm studying with more interest. So this is one thing we concentrated on, examining whether 8 weeks mindfulness training practice had impact on rumination, on a certain type of rumination. And what we were able to demonstrate was that it was helping to reduce a type of repetitive thinking that tended to be evaluative and that tended to be overgeneral, and that is known in clinical psychology to maintain state of depression and anxiety. And it was also how to say, enhancing another mode of thinking that was much more concrete and based on a present moment and not on past. And also, this is one trend, and the other thing we are studying, it's how mindfulness program in teenager might help in improving their mental health. First, to understand the mechanism linked, for example, to body awareness or to the construction of identity, but also trying to make this program, how to say, motivating. This is a big challenge. It's to have adolescents get into the program and really practice. So I really invite you to come to the conference this afternoon of my colleagues Marbella and Gwenaël, who will speak specifically about this program.
Thanks, Pierre. Looks like there's lots of questions. I think over here had the hand up earlier.
Thank you so much for those wonderful presentations. Maggie, you had a diagram at one point. It had surviving on one end, thriving on the other, and then languishing in the middle. From my understanding, languishing is not a good thing. Did that imply that if you're not doing one or the other, you're in this limbo that's unideal and you should be either focusing on surviving and then jump to thriving? I'd love if you could expand on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful question. So basically, languishing is about the stage of like a stagnation. It's like a neither feeling, either well-being or neither ill-being, something in between. So, I mean, the saying that is about well-being is not the absence of ill-being. Like as you know, the founder of positive psychology, Martin Seligman, said the best you can go is neutral, which is the languishing state. So I will have two different interpretations. One is neither being well, neither being ill. But another thing is really a mixture of feeling a little bit well and feeling a little bit ill. So it's also like a dynamic process. Sometimes I feel a little bit good, but sometimes it's not that good. So it's fluctuate, depends on situations. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, panel members. I would like to thank all the panel members. It was a wonderful talk. My name is Padam Kumar Rasaili, and I am currently a PhD student in South Asian University. And I would like to direct my questions to Dr. Maggie. So, as you have mentioned that mindfulness as a way of living, and you have also given a lot of examples, even given the examples of Bhutan, like the philosophy of 𝐻𝐡𝐻, that we are in the development philosophy. And like if we see even the other countries also, like they have like, for example, like sufficiency economic theory, like Thailand, they use for development things. So based on that, like after hearing you, so I could find like we are just giving more to these micro practices rather than this macro understanding of the values. So based on this, so what we understand today, the sustainable development, like it can be a very monolithic understanding. It can be a very Western-centric values that came from there. But the thing is, like, when you talk about this, like, we are basically, I could find that the mindfulness is not only being aware, it also, it goes beyond that. The whole conceptions of interdependence also comes in. So based on this, like, are we giving more importance to these, like, very indigenous practices? Is it like the knowledge from Global South, we are also giving giving more attentions to this? I just would like to hear your opinion on, is it like we are try to focusing little beyond the global values, focusing on more these indigenous practices, local practices and all? Thank you.
I think that was for you, Maggie.
I think it's the question for three of us, but I may start. So I'm not sure I fully understand the question. I may only understand part of it. So to me, there's different levels. So my talk is more focused on the individual level of, about the benefits of mindfulness. As to the national example, like the GNH, I guess I'm not the best person to talk about. There's many experts sitting here, so welcome your insights. And I think you also mentioned about the culture, if I hear clearly, right? There's different culture variations of mindfulness. Is that?
I mean, like, are we like giving more importance to these local practices, like the way you were like? It's like when we say mindfulness, like many people we have like this very broad understanding, just being aware. Because like mindfulness that we are hearing from the speakers here, like it goes beyond just being aware. We also bringing this whole dimension of interdependence with nature and staying in harmony with nature. So mine is like, are we just like giving more importance to these local practices and value? What is your opinion on that?
I think there's different, and thank you again. So I think there's different definition, interpretations of mindfulness. So according to some psychology literature, it's more about paying attention to the present and also non-judgmental. But of course, from Buddhist thought, Buddhist text, there's far more profound, richer understandings. It's not just a practice, not just an intervention. It's like I would say it's as a way of living. And of course, when it comes to global practice, that could be cultural diversity, cultural variation. As I mentioned, one cultural aspect could be interdependent versus independence, the me and versus we oriented. Another thing is like, in Western, people talking about maximization, maximizing happiness. But in the East, we're talking about the middle way, the moderation, find really the harmonious, the right balance. And this can be a dynamic process. So yeah, I think globally, mindfulness is, I would say, like a harmony, universally value, but it carries culture-specific, context-specific manifestations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure the questions could go on for a very long time. It's such a key area of focus, how to interpret and realize the benefits of mindfulness and meditation in contemporary context. So lots of great ideas have come up today, and I'm sure there's many more. Perhaps if you'd like to continue the dialogue, you can find the speakers later in the day. But I think we're going to wrap up at this point. So let's give the speakers today another round of applause, and thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you so much, La, for a wonderful session. We would now like to invite everyone for lunch. It'll be served at the same places as yesterday. And thank you, La.